Good evening, and welcome to not one of my favourite subjects, and it's certainly not something which I've been looking forward to doing all week. I'm actually currently on my own as well, so I've got nobody to discuss this with, so to speak. Gina, you're the only one here at the moment, so my apologies. I hope anybody who is intending on watching this either live or over the next 7 days isn't affected by it, because we are going to be discussing paedophilia. It's a serious conversation. It may or may not affect people. If it does, please seek professional help regarding it, because I don't want anybody upset. I don't want anybody blaming me or anything which is discussed tonight on aggravating any deep wounds, shall we say, in any way, shape or form. Some people are able to discuss it, some people aren't. I'm not sure how long I will be able to discuss this. I have watched Operation Ore parts 1 and 2, but I'd rather wait until there's some people about, whether that be stangoo or anybody else that I've invited. But with it being such a touchy subject, they may have decided to go somewhere else. I'm not coming in here, which I fully understand, but only time will tell. I know Rasta has had an invite. I'm hoping that he can get on without any problems. I think his microphone may have been picking up another transmission somewhere, and that's why we got the echo. May need to take the echo cancellation off when he logs into StreamYard. That might help. But yeah, I can't really start without somebody else coming up onto the panel or putting comments into the chat, which I'm more than happy to deal with. You know, but we're still waiting. I'm not going to start going into the ins and outs of the subject, Operation Ore, until we've got a few people here. Thank you, Gina. Thanks for passing that on to him. Hopefully it won't be too long. But apart from that, I mean, let's find out how your week has been, Gina. If everything is okay. I don't actually get a chance to ask, because usually there's people around and we're talking all sorts of different things going off subject, and I don't really want to go off subject, but I do want to make sure that everybody is okay. I'll tell you about my week. My week has been down to 3 days working after little sleep the night before. Just a normal week, nothing out of the ordinary. Oh well. Some say that that's the ideal situation, you know. Yeah, I finished work officially at 5 o'clock on Wednesday. not gone anywhere, not done anything. I've done a few more blog pages I did one for Shady today on the website, and I've done one for Black Nation fighter, and I've also done one for I can't remember now. Hang on a second, let me double check. Stangoo, you should be able to come up on your own, Sarah. Yeah, Shady, Black National Freedom Fighter, that was what it was, and also Ice Cold Audit. The two guys, with the exception of, well, out of the three, two of them are in the US. Hello, Stangoo.
Hi, Grim.
How are you?
I'm not sure how long you've been on. I lost track of time there.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. We started at 8, so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's only about half. Yeah, we started at. Yeah. Yeah. About 13 minutes or so. So nothing to worry about. I couldn't really get into anything. You know, it's a very difficult subject as it is, and with we've got Zombie SG. Hello, sir. If you want to come into the chat, will you let me know, please, so that I can send you an invite through Telegram? I'm sure you're on my Telegram list somewhere. More than happy to do so. Sensitive subject, which I think we will probably treat with dignity from our perspective, hopefully. If that's at all possible, Stangoo.
Yeah, I'm a bit, yeah.
Have you had, I mean, I'm not going to turn around and say, you know, you should have done your own work and things like that. You know, I'm not like that, you know.
Grim, I'm going to be honest with you. I couldn't watch it.
Oh, that's part of the problem, you see.
I just couldn't. I just bottled it. I couldn't watch it.
No, there's not about bottling it. It's about, well, it's a very emotive subject.
Yeah, all I can go by is my own opinion and experience.
Yeah. Well, as I say, anybody who, as we get into it, decides that they want to drop out, that's fine. I don't want anyone to be offended in any way, shape, or form, because that's not the idea. The idea is to have an open and frank discussion. And the reason why I thought of this in a way is that I think the meaning of paedophile and nonce is being bandied around different areas as if it's they're meaningless words. So I thought, well, why don't we have a look at what it actually means and some of the effects it can have. And it might deter some of these people from using that terminology.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you think.
I totally agree. You know, I've thought that for a long time. It's just, I'm not saying it has power in the first place, but it's about identification. And if somebody shouts that in the street and it becomes like a common acceptable thing, oh, it's just somebody antagonizing somebody, then people will turn a blind eye. It's like, oh, ignore it, you know, rather than think, well, why is somebody shouting that? It's like somebody shouting, you know, the R word. And if that was bandied around, if somebody screamed the R word, would people like, oh, it's just somebody else shouting that word, rather than going over and finding out that it's actually happening?
Yeah, the R word.
Yeah.
4 letters that are just as bad. I agree. Yeah, I'm sorry, Stangoo. I'm trying to be serious.
Yeah.
And I'm going, which I can be. I can be serious, allegedly. But it's a tough subject,
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day. I watched the two videos, and I also watched the interview and listened to the other interview. One was on the TV, one was on the radio. I can't say that I was impressed in any way. I thought the radio guy who was asking the questions
Yeah.
did very well, to be honest. But they wouldn't do much, you know. SG, I've dropped you an invite in Telegram if you want to come up on the panel tonight. It's not a subject that some people like to talk about. Okay. Honor Q, thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing.
I mean, we could talk all night about like what punishment they should get, but it's like that's going nowhere. I mean, how many panels have we? I mean, everything's been covered. Everybody can give their opinion on what could be done.
It's not about the punishment. It's really about the seriousness of it. That's all, and what it actually means. Watching, if anybody who calls people these things, right, within the communities, they need to have a look at themselves, in my opinion. And it is only my opinion. I'm not saying this from a political point of view before someone turns around and says I'm right wing or I'm left wing or whatever kind of politics you want to label us with. I'm against it in any way, shape, or form, and I have my own views on what should be done. But once you get labelled, if you haven't been tried, right, or as I found out in the second one, you are a serial paedophile, and back in 2003, 2004, we didn't have the same sort of attitudes that we have now. But then that's on the street, right? But then when I looked at the courts and what the courts were dishing out in a way of punishment, right, is in some cases the same as it is now. It hasn't really changed. Maybe the prison term is increased slightly. They've changed the rulings on signing the sex register, which can be for anything. However, let's just keep with the subject. So they've increased that from the average of 5 years, as it was back then, and to anywhere up to life, technically. But in reality, after 15 years, so long as they've registered, attended when they need to attend, and stayed within their agreements, they can appeal for that to be removed.
Yeah.
Which I think is wrong, it's wrong in a way that why should they, if life is life, it means life.
Yeah.
Not, if you're going to stipulate for, say, 25 years, then I understand that. You're with me. That would make a little bit more sense considering how old somebody could be. But I think it should be that takes them up into the 90s. Courts are letting people go as long as they haven't touched. They can have photos.
Yeah, that's interesting what you said there, isn't it?
Yes.
Because of the nature of the pictures. I mean, how about if somebody's sharing a picture of a child in the bath, naked in the bath, in a certain way that they get off on, rather than the extreme opposite of, well, some of the things they could be doing to the children. I mean, should there be a lighter sentence for those people because they're sharing images of,
Technically, any child under the age of 18, any pictures that they send of that can be classed in a sexual manner. The person sending them can be charged and found guilty because it is illegal, and also the person who took the photos can be charged as well.
I mean, but it depends what you define as a sexual manner, because like they could just look at a naked child and get turned on by it, rather than it being in some kind of I don't know, sexual kind of manner.
Right, a child in a bath, right?
Yeah.
And mother or father takes a photograph. They put it on Facebook, right?
That's wrong.
But they put it on Facebook, right? Or they send it via WhatsApp to a friend. Look at cutie, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Do you know when you're a babe, a child's a babe, yeah, and parents take photos of their children. They always have done since the camera was invented, one way or another, right? It is still illegal, technically. Now, honestly, I'm not going to sort of get into the ins and outs of the higher ups of where all this is coming from, just at the moment. But
they're not all Freemasons.
I do understand where you're coming from, and I'm not going to stop you from putting that in the chat. Believe me, it's your opinion. It's not necessarily my opinion or Stangoo's opinion or anybody else who comes up. It is an opinion, and I believe that everyone should have the right to have their opinion. But getting back to what we were talking about, here's an interesting scenario for you. All right, two people aged 17 get together. All right, they have fun. They're madly in love with each other, and while they're playing, etc., they take photographs of each other. Yeah. Would you say that was illegal?
If it's 17, well, I'm not sure about the legal definition, but in this day and age where everybody has phones, and you do the things you do when you're 17, the world's changed so much, so it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know about the legality of it because they're over 16, aren't they?
Right. Yeah. This is where it gets strange. I'll come back to the legal side. I'm looking for opinion. I'd ask that to people in the chat what you think. Whether you think it's right, because they are a couple, this hypothetical couple. It doesn't matter whether it's heterosexual, homosexual, whatever. Doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Right? They're taking photos or videos and they're keeping it on their phones. And when they finished and calmed down, shall we say, because the files are quite large, they transfer the files to a memory stick or on their PC, And they stay there for years. Don't even think about it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And a few years later, one of them gets arrested. And during the investigation, there's a raid on the property. They seize all the equipment. It's an unrelated crime, right? But then they get charged with having pornographic material of somebody under the age of 18, which is illegal.
Yeah.
Yet no one has made any complaints about it, but they can still get charged for it. And that can end up with you being put on probation and having to sign the sex register for 20 years or for life or whatever they say. Now, that to me, if nobody has made a complaint and they've interviewed both parties and it was consensual, would that be in the public interest or would that be a waste of taxpayers' money?
Well, this is it. It's like once it's out there, others can get their hands on it, can't they?
No, no, I didn't say they published it.
Oh, right.
They kept it quiet. They kept it on their PC for years and years, and they may have split up.
Right.
And in a totally unrelated investigation, they came across it, and it sparked off another investigation.
Right. Which, yeah, they'll want question on when they were taken, how old they were. You mean that kind of thing, or?
Yes, and they were both 17. They go and they talk to their ex-partner, for argument's sake, or their current partner. Doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Were you aware of this? Yes. Did you consent to it? Yes.
Yeah.
Have you got a copy of it? Well, I've got my own somewhere. Don't know where they are. Next thing, they produce a warrant and seize all your equipment.
Yeah.
Because you're storing pictures. And this is where the problem is. People don't realise and they don't think, especially at that age.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, only 3 types of abuse in the UK. Only one prosecuted. One the Asian rape gangs, 2 adults revealing child abuse prosecuted in sites. Oh, I can't pronounce that.
Yeah. Going into the elites again, but
yeah, okay.
I mean, I've lived in places and we have identified these people, and I'll tell you for a fact, not one of them were connected to Illuminati or any higher or lower planes. They were just scummy people that live scummy lives. And
hello, Mrs. J. Thanks for dropping by. If you want to hop on board, I believe I sent you the link. If not, let me know, and I'll send you the link again. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you there.
No, it's okay.
So, God, my memory is so foggy at the moment. I do apologise. I think a lot of it is to do with the subject, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and I do apologise that this is so disjointed at the moment. Oh God, which microphone am I using? Right, so give you another example.
But what were you saying about that one? It was, were you saying like how should that be dealt with, or?
Well, yeah. Hello, Ian. How are you doing? What's your feeling on it? Your gut feeling, not talking about the legal side.
My gut feeling. I mean, I would say there was nothing wrong with that. I mean, you get what you call it, revenge porn, don't you? Where people use that kind of stuff against each other. But that could be dealt with, couldn't it? If they've split up and they both agree, okay, let's just erase it. But how about if one of them kept it? How about if one of them kept those pictures and grew up You could say they're even younger. You could say they were 16.
Oh
And
yeah. I was just picked 17.
yeah.
Because it's middle.
I mean, there's no way of proving that they've deleted all the pictures, but they could grow up, and who knows what they could do with those pictures.
I mean, it could be 10 years later. You with me? They could both be 27, 26.
Yeah.
But the reason why is it's illegal to publish or to have any sort of sexual pictures of anyone under the age of 18. And from what I've been able to find out, there are 3 categories that they would fall into, which is, or maybe 4, it could be A, B, C, and D. But there is also what's the subject? Operation or the investigation into paedophiles back in the late 90s, early 20s. Yeah, no, it's not the best of subjects. You probably had the right idea, forgetting about it.
Times were so different then, like we've already established. I mean, now, like everybody has access to a camera. Once upon a time, back then, you had to have a bit of money to buy a camera, didn't you? Not
Yeah,
everybody
I'm not talking about that particular time. Even now, it's still exactly the same. Even though there's loads of cameras around, there's a camera on every phone and everything else, right? At one time you couldn't, you're right. You could, they're either too expensive or they just weren't available.
Yeah.
But
And you couldn't get them developed really without others knowing what was on there. Where now,
well, no. I mean, as I say, I'm referring to maybe even then. You could computers. You could. I mean, I did say about camera connecting to a PC. Could be a camera, could be a phone, whatever. But because the memory is almost full or whatever, that's the reason why they transferred it onto a hard drive or a USB drive or something.
Yeah.
Right, and it's years later that this scenario happens. Right. The problem is that the law clearly states that you cannot publish anybody under the age of 18, and from the age of 18, legally, you're supposed to have their permission.
Yeah.
Legally, which is the reason why they brought out the revenge porn scenario. I don't think many judges would give sentences, etc., to a 17-year-old. No, but what they would do is they would find them guilty, and the chances are they would probably plead guilty because they don't have the, ignorance is not a defense, unfortunately, in this sort of situation. So they probably ensured that everything was destroyed and put them as a punishment, at least on the sex register, and maybe probation or a sentence. Deferred for a couple of years. Can't think of the word. When they get, they can't get in trouble for so many years. It's like a license in a way, but it's not. Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is like a license, isn't it?
Yeah. My parents saved to get my brother a Polaroid in the late 80s. I used it more than him until he took it.
Polaroids, yeah. You wouldn't have to send the pictures away, would you? The negatives.
No. But I mean, back in the 80s, they were very, very expensive. And unfortunately, or
unlikely. on register, plead guilty.
They would be put on the register for possession, and possibly even making, even though they weren't aware. But I wouldn't say that would happen to everybody, because it depends on which magistrate they go to, if it's, or whether it's referred up to Crown. But pleading guilty in that sort of situation, I think that would be the right thing to do. And both parties technically would be guilty, as I say, especially if they, they took photos of each other, shall we say. But I do have a question on the back of what I watched, and it's also relevant now, more relevant now. Hypothetically, you have somebody who's living in with their parents, for argument's sake, and there's their other brother and maybe their sister, right? Or they could even be married, etc. You with me? Whatever, right? There's people around them, very close. They get arrested for being involved with children, and they've got the evidence. They've raided their property, right? How do you see not the person who's been arrested, but the people who are close to them?
Wow. Oh.
Bearing in mind they have no idea what was going on, because there's one thing that you can say about these horrible pieces of garbage, is that they're very good at appearing normal.
Yeah, the old story. Oh, you wouldn't have thought it, would you? Yeah.
Anybody, because during their life, they've just kept it away, literally. And
well, wouldn't it depend how they treat the person? I mean, if they just shut the person out, I mean, that would be a show. Totally disconnect with that person. That would be a sign that they saw wrong, and they saw it was very, very wrong, and they want nothing more to do with that person. But then there's always that story about the mother. What is it? A mother's love is unconditional. She will always support the child. I mean, about that, if the person was guilty,
I'm not sort of talking about that at this present moment in time. That's what I want to go on to.
Right.
But right, Johnny was living with his parents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Johnny got arrested, right? After the house had been raided at 3:00 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you've got 20 odd coppers around, lots of vans, everything electrical being taken out that could possibly connect to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Whether that be the Johnny's, or whether that be his brothers, his sisters, or his parents' laptop, right? Hello, Anarchy. And what we then have is the aftermath. Johnny's been arrested. All the neighborhood know what's going on.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody knows, well, not necessarily knows, but they've seen them about, etc.
Yeah.
Is it right that they should be accused or be bullied or threatened in any way for something that they had nothing to do with, but people have this opinion that they must have known?
Well, yeah. Oh, I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it. And yeah, I could say like, no, it's not right. But those families, from what I've seen in my experience, have been driven out because just the idea that they could have known and could have done something. Not always, I guess. It depends who they know. If they know a lot of people and people believe that they had no idea, or if it was the type of person that neighbors thought, I knew there was something dodgy, okay, they may not have known, but I've seen them get driven out anyway because
Yes.
the neighbors don't want to take the risk with their kids.
Mhm.
To for the person to come back to that household, or two, just in case there was a connection and they were aware.
Yep. My concern is what I've found to be collateral damage, where you would how they are seen, right, to everybody, right. So if it's collateral damage, right, then we've got potentially a massive problem because they're affected. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They're affected by what people say and do around them. Okay. There is no support for them within England, right, as victims, right, because they're going through their own emotions, right. That could lead to, it's a traumatic experience, so they could quite legitimately become. I'm trying to think. They're victims of the situation. Everybody looks at the initial victim, which is what's happened to the person the paedophile has got involved in. Yeah.
Yep.
And their family, their immediate family, there is support, right? But for the families of the immediate family or people who have been affected, there is no support for them. In fact, the only support that there is in Scotland. There is no what's the word? Nothing in the UK, in England, Wales. There's no charities specifically for this, right? Not that I've been able to find, right? And the problems with charities is that if they've been set up as self-help groups, does not necessarily mean that it's the right sort of help. Now, Anaku, driving out is necessary for society. Okay.
Well, hang on. Where do they go? This is the problem.
Hang on. We're talking about the family, the immediate family, in a situation where the person's still in, if you like, their original home, and they're living with the parents and their brother and their sister, right? They then become victims of what little Jimmy did and got arrested for, because the local neighbourhood are driving the family out who have nothing to do with it.
Can I just say, I would say a majority of the time they would leave. One, if they knew nothing about it, they would leave anyway, unless they were in a very strong community. One, to just move out there. They could not hang around with people knowing what their son has done. and live a normal life after that. They need to go and find a fresh start. And they would get support in a move, and they would also get mental health support because of the trauma that it would have caused.
Right. Yep. Then you've also got the issue of how they try to deal with what's gone on. Right. The acceptance of, especially if they're not given all the information, and it only comes out in court. And then in court, they find everything out, right, of what's gone on, because they've gone to the trial, not in support, right?
Yeah.
But in to find out the truth and knowing the truth.
Yeah.
Because only then can you live with it. Because you can't forget it. You live with it. And it's how you do that. I wasn't referring to domestic violence. That's a subject for another day.
I think you were saying as they do, isn't it? Get help as do fleeing domestic violence.
Yeah, well, I suppose that might be the case.
A move and support from either mental health or support from support workers basically, who would help them to regain stability in a different place, one way or another. I'll send you the link, Mrs. J, unless you're
I'm just in the I thought I sent it actually, but I will double check. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I sent it out on the 2nd of June. But I'll put it back in. I'll put it back into Telegram on a DM for you. There you go.
Is this victim support links, or is it? Well, they are victims too. If they were not aware, and it's caused them, personal damage themselves, then they are actually victims. Maybe not as much as the
victims, full stop. But the collateral damage.
Collateral damage, yeah. Still victims of the actions of the person.
Yeah, the aftermath. Yeah.
Is that you?
It is.
Hang on, what's that picture?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Changed my avatar. Sorry, I was over.
No, you can only get in with the link.
Oh, of course.
No, I know there's charities out there, but there's no specific charities that deal with the collateral damage.
There is. There is.
Well,
yeah, there is. So that's why.
Is it national or is it local?
You've got various things. But if you are, because with local stuff, you have to look locally, and there is masses and masses of support for the family. It just depends on the family as well, because as you know, I think we've talked about it, that I live next door to a paedophile for 15 years. So living next door to somebody who is a convicted paedophile is an interesting experience.
I'm just thinking of the immediate family of Jimmy who's been arrested.
So Steve,
I can understand the initial issues, and threats being made, although I don't agree with them, right? And I can understand that the police will get the fire brigade involved to protect, and there'll be some sort of plan. You heard me. And of course, there'll be extra patrols in the area, etc. But to get rehoused urgently needs the police support. So if the police believe that you are in immediate danger, then you will get that support.
I think they would be in immediate danger by these people around them, the neighbours, the neighbourhoods.
Hello, I was a neighbour next door to a paedophile for 15 years. Hello.
Right.
Yes.
I know it works. I've been the one that called the police and went, "What the fuck?" When I found out. You can well imagine my son was 9 at the time.
Yeah.
Right.
and there was fuck all I could do about it.
Do you know what? I was in the same situation. It was only 6 years ago. We lived there for 7 years.
Yes.
And
2
this
years
guy
ago.
lived 2 doors away.
Mhm.
And all I could do was persecute him on a daily basis,
Yep.
remind him of what he was, whether
Yep.
it be slow marks in the street, shouting
Yep.
at him across the road, just
Mhm.
reminding him every single day of what he did. And that's all we could do because he was a homeowner for a start.
Mhm.
There was no way of driving him out.
Mhm.
While we were
Same as
there,
me.
there was no way that he was going to live comfortably. Not a
Mm.
chance. Not while I had my kids around.
Mm.
And we made everybody else aware. Any new people moved in the street, everybody was aware.
Yeah.
You keep an eye on that guy. Keep an eye on him. He lives
Exactly what we did. When I found out that my next door neighbour was a paedophile, the first thing I did was I lived in a street of 15 houses, and every house apart from I think 2 had kids. So when I found out, I put a letter through everyone's door. So it was me that found out that he was a pedo out of the whole street. It was me that found out. So I put a letter in the door, and then we had a big meeting between the street. You know, where the men were going, pitchforks, fire. And then we had to involve the police, who came and told us there was nothing we could do. This man has every right to live there, and get on with it. But the difference is, on my situation, is his wife, her son was the man that he abused, right, when he was a child. Yeah. He got convicted, went to prison, came out of prison, and went back to his wife, and they lived happily ever after in the house next door. The son's mother was still next door and married to him.
Wow.
Go figure that out.
That doesn't make any sense from a moral point of view.
Well, that's the kind of families that people will have problems with, isn't it? You know, because they're actually, it's like they're supporting that kind of behavior. And
the guy who was abused has never spoken to his mother again, and she died actually of COVID a couple of years ago. She had cancer as well, so yeah, she died, and he stayed in the fucking house.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So how we did it with us is, once we found out, my son was 9, so I said to him, told him the truth. I said, right, this man, don't let him even look at you. Don't let that man even look at you. If he looks at you, I want you all to stop what you're doing. They used to play lots of football and that in the street. If he looks at any of you kids, you all stop, you all point, and you shout pedo. And they did it for what, my son moved out, and they were still doing it.
Yeah. It's directed in the right direction. That's
all we can do.
That to me is probably the only way you could deal with it.
Stranger danger.
Yeah. Now let's face it. These people who commit these heinous crimes, for whatever reason, they cannot be re-educated, reprogrammed, no matter how much.
Right.
I don't know what treatment they receive. All right, they're never going to be able to function in a normal society again.
There are studies to say that it is a sexual preference, as in gay, as in bi, as in queer. You know, some people like really old people, you know, and some people like really fucking young people. And I'm going to say one name on here because I want it outed. There is a guy in America. His name is Mouse, and he is a convicted paedophile, and he is on YouTube. His name is Mouse, and his other name is Rex. Just need to get that out there.
Well, that is actually true, and it's in the public domain anyway, so there's no issues with that. I had the unfortunate. I went into a stream and I hadn't realised he was, and then all of a sudden there was these accusations being made and whatnot, and I thought, what the hell have I just walked into?
Yeah.
And then they are more open, and they do call it out, and they never ever let them forget
Good.
either, which is a good thing, you know. You're welcome in. Once you've been checked out, so to speak. And I
Ian's
know
a
you,
legend.
Ian. I know you as well, Ian,
He's
so
a
it's not an
legend.
issue. I'm, as I say, I watched these two videos and I was amazed at the sentencing that they got at the end of it. And there was one guy who walked away from 3 investigations because of technicalities.
Yes.
And there was a comment on there by one of the detectives who said 3 times, what have we got to do to get them off the streets? Because they knew. And they were following him, doing everything they could do to try and catch him out, etc. Couldn't do it. So this is where I can see it from the other point of view. There are specialist teams that go out and when they get a win, they do celebrate. But then the question is, for every one that they catch, how many get away? And when somebody turns around and says they're only pictures, where's the harm? Pete Townsend, for those who may remember, he was, I believe, he was the drummer in the Who. I could be wrong.
He's guitarist.
Guitarist, thank you. Big difference, I suppose.
One's a musician. Sorry.
He got caught downloading images. Right? He claims one image. Watch the rest. Watch the investigation and find out there's more. But his defense was that he was researching the topic for a book he was writing, which never happened, I don't think. But I could be wrong. Where the police had him was that he had to put in his credit card details, etc., to gain access. Now, since his conviction and everything else, he's openly discussed on TV in the past his conviction, and he still claims that it was all of it's an overreaction. But the problem I've got is for every single photo which is seen, right, there's a child involved. A child has been traumatized at the end of the day, you know. Yes, he did. Annika, he was researching a book at the time, or that's what he stated. But to find these little people, if I say gems, they're not really, I don't mean it as in gems, believe me. This I found on YouTube, funny enough, and I find it amusing but annoying literally at the same time. Somebody comes along and drops a porn bomb. We joke about it, but there's a couple of issues that I've got, and that is what happens if a child sees it. In this country, there's nothing that can be done about it.
Yeah, I'm slightly about that because you don't know what that person, what people have in their home. They might have a porno mag somewhere, or a woman who's naked on the wall in a nice position, or you know, that their mother and father are walking around naked. It's like normal life. I don't think that there is anything you can do or anyone can do. If someone wants to do a porn bomb, they do it, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I can kind of see what you're saying, but it's not manageable. You can't.
No. It's
Yeah.
the what if syndrome, right? And that's the issue is we don't know the other side of who's seeing it, right? We don't know the way that people live their lives behind closed doors, right? And they're entitled to live their life the way they want to, as long as they're not breaking any laws. And it's not illegal to be a naturist at home and practice it. It's not legal for your children to, although whether it's moral, you've got moral standards as well, legal standards, but we're not talking about enforcing morals, we're talking about enforcement of the law. So, but if you haven't got that, you've got, let's say, the average couple with a couple of kids, for argument's sake, right? And at that moment in time, their 5-year-old walks past the screen, because let's face it, they'll do it any time of the day or night, right? They are actually inflicting potential harm on that child.
But isn't it the responsibility of the YouTube channel owner to, who is fully aware of that, to be vigilant in their own way in which they deal with their channel? Isn't it the person who is owning the channel's responsibility to deal with that?
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Good evening to it. I totally agree with what you're saying, which is why we put certain processes in place. I can't, unless I put this on subscriber mode, and you can't make a comment and for 5 hours or something like that. There's no way.
Yeah, that's what I do with mine.
And now, they've found a way of infiltrating as a mod, being very nice, etc., and then changing certain aspects of their name, and they've caused havoc that way. The next step is porn bombing. I and stangoo have yet to have a conversation around how we're going to manage that, but I believe that all the people who are blue in here are responsible, and they look after each other and they look after the channel because they like the channel, they like what we do. So all right, some people can argue, well, you got too many mods, because everyone's blue, but at least that way you can stop the Autobots from coming in, and also the trolls or people you don't want in for whatever reason. I don't know about stangoo, but if anyone was to ban someone, I might question the reasoning why. But as long as it wasn't anything which was personal, because they just didn't like them, then I wouldn't object to the ban remaining in place personally. Because there must have been a reason for it, maybe something which was missed. But I just believe that here we've got a lot of people who are vigilant, and we're careful who we give the links out to. And if we're not 100% certain because they've changed their avatar, which isn't a bad thing, by the way, occasionally, it's just a risk that you got to take, and it's a calculated risk,
Yeah.
I'm just reading some of the chat because I don't want to leave anybody out, because at the end of the day, I think it's important that people say what they want to say.
Can I comment on something in the chat?
You can comment on anything.
It's veering off slightly. Where's the message? Somebody mentioned chemical castration. It was an honor queue. They need chemical castration. Right, let's just stick on that bit. I have a friend who believes that, but I have one concern about that, because let's face it, they're not wired right, are they? I mean, in a different way. I'm not wired right, but not in that kind of way. But but anyway, I feel that if they were chemically castrated, they may turn to other intentions. They may, do you know what I'm saying? They may even become child murderers. I mean, to be honest, I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you the thing is, it's all what ifs, and the level of sickness in this country regarding stuff like that, and nothing being done because we can't do anything about it, is what needs to be challenged. Why as a people can we accept somebody living in our street who has done that, and there is my son playing outside,
Yeah.
and this guy comes back from work in his car, and I know what he's done. How you can't, we're not allowed to do anything. You can't do anything.
No.
All we can do
No.
is have a lovely conversation about it on YouTube and go, oh yeah, it's really shit. But
Can I tell you what?
Yep.
You know the guy I was talking about 2 doors away?
Yeah.
I've said this before on streams. The father of the girl that he grabbed went round to his house, kicked his door in, went in there, gave him a good hiding, right? But before he'd finished, before he went too far, he got arrested and he did time for protecting his daughter. He did.
Sparky's,
I don't know.
Sparky's done time for that. Sparky's done time for beating up a pedo as well. And I believe that if people do that, they're going to go into prison for doing that. But I tell you what, they'll still be a hero.
Yeah,
they'll still be a hero. As I wrote earlier, I was actually talking about this earlier, and a chap said there are 20,000 registered in this country. So how many who aren't registered doing it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's when I watched the first part of Operation Order, no, it wasn't Operation Order, it was the video with Nigel, somebody who was a convicted paedophile back in the early 90s. Very bad picture quality. I can only apologise. I couldn't do anything with it. I've uploaded it as it was. I listened to what was being said, and one of the things, I think it was the NSPC, the National Child Trust at the time, NSPCC, that's it. They said at the time that out of so many people they'd spoken to or had been reported, there was something like 1% of the population, and then they worked it out up until then. If they worked to put that across the UK, it was something like 11% that were either convicted or potential unconvicted paedophiles, and based on that, the percentage was quite higher of victims, or something along those lines. And I was thinking to myself, well, I wonder what that is now. Has anybody thought of it? What the current percentage rate is? Because I don't know, is it getting out into the mainstream press more than it used to? Or are we just talking about it more? Or are we believing, if you like, the first-hand victims, the people who had been molested, whether that be years ago or 2 days ago? I think the first thing we need to do is to believe the allegations, but at the same time we've got to be wary that some children can be put up to it as well, to try and get more evidence. Because at the end of the day, that damages the case. Yeah, chemical castration doesn't change their brain or their thoughts.
Exactly. I totally agree. I mean, what happens if that person then becomes a distributor of CP?
That's in the first video, and it comes down to that as well. But unfortunately, the perpetrators have rights when they've done their time, shall we say. They paid officially their debt to society. And what do they have to do for 5 years or 10 years after they come out? Sign, register where they are, where they're living.
That's a good point you've brought up there, Grim. I think obviously all of us feel that the chemical castration option is right, even though it doesn't change a brain. And I also agree with Anonymous saying that social services protect the abuser, not the child. They always react. They're not proactive. They're always reactive. And I also think that this country are far too lenient on rape cases and on child abuse. I think there is not enough sentencing. I think the sentencing should be way higher, and because of there's no room in our prisons, they are getting off with oh yeah, don't look at that person again, don't go in that town again, you're on a suspended sentence because we haven't got any room for you in fucking prison.
That was what I was thinking of. I just couldn't think of the name.
Yeah.
But then there's the other side where some of them are put away literally for 20 years or more, and then when they come out, they'll get a license term for X number of years. Now, I personally believe that there should be a sliding scale of the starting with 20 years.
There's no room.
And then going up.
There's no room.
Well, that's where the government needs to sort themselves out and get more prisons built for them.
Concentration camps.
But then when they go in, they get protected. That's the other thing as well. They get protected. And I feel that that in itself is wrong. I don't think they should be given their own area, so to speak. And they certainly shouldn't have access to TV. They shouldn't have access to anything.
Well, don't give internet or anything. No Wi-Fi, no nothing. And they should have a bed and a fucking toilet and eat shit for the next 20 years. But it's not going to happen, dude.
No, I know. There is no answer at this present moment in time. I mean,
sorry.
No. This is why I like an open discussion. I don't agree with vigilantism because you can get the wrong person. Wait until they're bleeding. They go through the court system. And if the court system is failing, let's get a court system that bloody works properly. The sentencing isn't standardized. There's no deterrent whatsoever. It's a slap on the wrist for most of them. Or they know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and by the time they get anywhere, it's dropped. We won't continue with that. I think the Savile case was about the best one of where somebody sat on the file from a prosecution in the prosecution service because they were ordered to do so. What do you think of that one, as they say? But Savile is one of the best known cases at the moment. That's the reason why I put it out in advance.
Happy Saturday, happy Jubilee, happy Queen Lizzie Day.
Isn't it? That's another reason why I have it as well, because a certain prince is no longer a prince anymore. Was involved in something else, allegedly, and
Not
settled
allegedly.
out of court.
He was involved.
And settled out of court. Anyone settles out of court, that to me, that's admitting involvement and shows guilty. Shows that they're guilty of something.
Prince Andrew's a sick fuck. Simple.
Well, Prince Andrew is no longer Prince Andrew. He hasn't got the title.
He's lost a lot, kid. I hope he loses his life. That's what I think.
They demoted him to try and save face. Yeah. Savile was the royal court jester. And
yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yeah. And the person who was controlling the jester could have been someone beginning whose name was Andrew. We don't know.
No, him and Charles were very good friends, very, very good friends. Charles used to write him letters and take advice from him. If there was an issue and Charlie didn't quite know how to handle it, he would contact Jimmy, and of course Jimmy played along with it, and that way everyone's happy. And oh dear, we're in another situation where did this man have anything to do with this as well? The thing is, people like Jimmy Savile, it's so blatant. Yeah, when we see stuff, we know that's so fucking blatant that nobody saw it. It's like one of those things, isn't it? Nobody saw it because it was so fucking blatant. Now, doesn't matter if you had a child do whatever you wanted the child to do and did that repeatedly, you need to be fucking chopped off and put in prison for 20 years with a bed and a bloody toilet. That's it.
I wouldn't say if you do it repeatedly, just once.
Yes.
I would go further than that. I've suggested it before. The idea of a concentration camp sounds crazy, but they're stuck in a very cheap but secure area, and the costs are cut down. They need to grow their own food. If they don't grow it, they don't eat. They need to generate their own power somehow. Maybe even if it's making their own candles, who cares? And it's staffed maybe by family of victims who will get paid, but also they'll get the satisfaction of, I'm not saying physically torture, but torture those people on a daily basis, like you say, eating shit.
Yeah,
pig swill.
Yeah,
treat them
and
like the animals they are.
have a pen that they can go into, and then you can stare at them and point at them. But they're hidden away. They're put in a room for 23 hours a day and let out for an hour. That's how they're dealt with. No. Get them out so everyone can see them. And they have their own pen, and they go into that pen, and that's where they live, do their stuff, or whatever is
exposed and humiliated.
But why do you think the government are so lenient? Because they are lenient, I think.
The laws aren't the way that they're interpreted are. One of the issues which has come up this year is the way that the government want to be able to overrule the law lords on appeals, because they want control of the law. Because at the moment they make the law, but it's interpreted by judges, and they've got their own. We don't agree with something, you can appeal it, and it goes up to the next court, and eventually it'll go through to the law lords. They make the ruling, and that ruling becomes law, basically, because they've overturned a previous decision on appeal. And that's case law. The problem is that there is, as I said earlier, there's no consistency between courts. It's a bit of a lucky dip as to who gets the worst sentence of the week, shall we say, or the best sentence of the week, depending on which side of the fence you sit on. You know, but as I say, this is a very, very difficult subject, you know, and my apologies if I don't seem to be as fluid as normal, shall we say, because of it. And it's not a Saturday night. I don't normally do Saturday nights unless it's ad hoc. This was planned, and I put a lot of things into it, you know, in preparation. Some of it I don't want to do again, believe me. But I just thought you know, how many times have you heard, seen that it being bandied around that someone's a nonce, someone's a pedo, etc., just because they don't
Every
like
day
them?
on here. Every day.
Yes.
Every day on YouTube, every day.
Yeah. So really, the question for me is, if you continue using this, right, and this phrase or these phrases, and they're not, the phrase, the name loses its meaning. You know, it's now acceptable to F and Jeff. You know, is it going to be acceptable to call somebody a nonce constantly, or you just don't like them? Even in joke, it shouldn't be done.
Well, it's all about hurting somebody, isn't it? And other words have lost their energy, their power. I mean, you look at the word bugger. That used to be highly offensive. Now it's like, oh, bugger. You know,
Yeah.
you know, MF, you know, things like that. Even that's banded around so much. It doesn't really mean what it says on the tin. And that's the way it's going to end up with that. So, like I said earlier, if you hear somebody shouting that in the street, I mean, are you going to rush over and check? How many people are going to rush over and see if there's an actual nonce there, or whether they think, oh, it's just somebody, you know, shouting at somebody, trying to hurt them? Because that's what we're going to do, create a new word. I mean, the only thing you can shout really for people to take notice of is rapist or child rapist. Then people will take note. You know, when that starts getting bandied around, where do we go then? Say it as it is, and instead of using
Again, yeah. I mean, as I say, I don't want to harp on it. This is a very emotive subject. I wasn't expecting it to go on for hours, to be honest, because we've all got our own viewpoint, and I would say the majority of people, with regards to the treatment afterwards, is probably fairly similar, because we're adults, we're not children, you know. And if I was to fall out with someone, I would never ever start accusing them of being a child monster in any way, shape, or form, because to me, that takes away what the real monsters have done and the damage that they have caused. If you can, I am leaving the blog page up, and if I find anything else, I'm going to put it, add it to it, because there's also a lot of good work which is done in neighbourhoods, and a lot of hard slog. And the problem is that these groups are being labelled as vigilantes, you know, these paedophile hunters. But the amount of background work that they do, and when they catch up with these people, they don't touch them or anything. There's enough of them, and they make what's known as a citizen's arrest. And then they hand them over to the police hand them over to the courts, and then they're allowed out.
Yeah.
Depending on which court they go to. But do I support them? I think I probably do support the hunters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, a few months ago, I made a mistake of touching on this subject. I didn't put any thought about letting anybody know I was going to go into it, and I got feedback to say that I should have warned people. But they were okay, and that was my fault. So I learned from that, which is the reason why I clearly labelled what this is, and also confirmed that I don't want anybody who could be affected by the subject watching in any way or listening or reading information in the chat, because out of respect for whether they be survivors, whether they be victims of past atrocities that are still ongoing, or they haven't been able to find the right way to report it historically, given the fact that it's very difficult to prove a historical case because of the way our law system is.
So I have a question. I have a question then, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So
questions are good.
Yeah. So if what do you think is the reason why our government don't do something physical to said person? Why do you think we don't have hanging anymore, we don't have death penalty anymore, we don't have any kind of physical
capital punishment?
Yes,
that's the
well,
one.
not necessarily capital punishment. What do you think there should be a system in place where somebody who has been convicted, it's confirmed, there we go, he definitely did it, now he's going to get 2 years, fucking do, for fucking up a child's life for the rest of their life? But we don't do anything as a nation to sort this out. We just let our judicial system, our police system, I can't remember the word, our system anyway, where they just go and get sentenced, and then la 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 la, off they go to jail, and then they are wanking off in their jail, thinking about it for the next 2 years. Why do you think our government's not physically doing something? Corporal punishment, thank you.
Well, corporal punishment, capital punishment. I mean, firstly, it would be against the Bill of Rights as it stands at the moment, because unfortunately these convicted pieces of shite still have rights as it stands. Personally speaking, I think those rights should be taken away from them, because they've done something which, in my opinion, is the lowest of the low, and it's not just one child's life. I'm talking all. Doesn't matter where they get the pictures from. You with me? They are contributing towards the tortures that child has gone through, one way or another. You know, but is it to do with money? And is it to do with the status of a lot of people? The higher up you are with status, the less likelihood, A, of you getting caught, B, getting convicted, or even being referred. Somebody who is Joe Soap, little Jimmy, right, who lives on a housing estate, right? They've lived there all their lives. Everybody knows them, right? But they don't know them because they've done whatever, right? They've downloaded images, they've seduced and physically raped children, right? Why should they get such a lower sentence? Surely everybody should be treated exactly the same, regardless of what their status is, and the sentencing should be harsher than it is. Castration does nothing. It inflicts a few minutes of pain. Chopping, the other thing is, what about female offenders? What do you do with them? Right? So to me, the idea of there's no responsibility anymore, disrespect has become a fun thing nowadays. Yes. I think Stangoo's got an idea, but again, why should the taxpayer pay for it?
Well, this is why I was saying, like, it should be.
Surely the easiest thing to do is to bring back capital punishment for convicteds, and they should be taken away and disposed of.
UK Transparency's got a good point, and I like what DeWitt's question.
I'm sorry, UK. I did see you in the chats. Thanks for joining. Right. Well, I believe there's crime and there's no coming back from. Only problem I have is death penalties. Feels that it may become a way for the rich to get powerful. Yeah. Again, I'm talking about this specific situation. And you're so right. The elites protect each other. They always have done, and they always will. While society is the way it is.
So DeWitt says, what do you think prison is for? Punishment, revenge, or rehabilitation?
Well, I actually believe that the way they're treated, they got a five-star hotel. But it should be punishment. But they should be there for the remainder of their lives. They shouldn't be allowed anywhere near children. And I say children, I'm talking about children being under the age of 18. Like I said earlier, you got this law regarding 16 to 18-year-olds. If photographs have been taken of them, then that is still exactly the same. It is still dealt with as child porn, even if it was consensual at the time. There's no such thing as rehabilitation. You cannot rehabilitate somebody who is that depraved.
Okay, we need to go back to like it was mentioned earlier about, is it a sexual preference or is it a mental illness?
It's not mental illness.
Well, it's a sexual preference.
Well, okay. We've already said that some of these people are not wired right. Okay. This is an argument I've had before, because I always thought they were mentally ill, right? Until my editor argued with me that it was a sexual preference, and it took me years to get my head around it. And I think the point he was getting at, right? If it was a mental illness, they would be treated as a patient. Okay, it may not be treatable, but they'd be treated as a patient. If it's a sexual preference, they should be jailed and punished for what they've done, because they have a choice.
Fat Belly's come up with a good one. Use them as organ donors. You've got to get enough of them behind bars first. That's the trouble. I would just use the carcasses to benefit medical science, to be honest. But that way they disappear into the ether and nobody knows it. Just known as John Doe or Jane Doe. Yeah, the cadavers on a slab. But I've got to be honest. I think I put the videos up. I didn't think many people would watch them. I've got to be honest. But to me, it highlights also, and there's something which came up at the end of one of them, that some people who were investigated, no charges were levied. Yet they were found to have material, etc. So even getting it passed to a point where you can prosecute is difficult, as it is. Right, UK, I'm just reading.
Well, this is it. This is what I'm saying about preference, right? Because
Yes,
you can
I've heard that as well, UK.
Do you know it's legal? Well, I don't know if it's legal or whatever. I think it's legal to buy, like from China or Japan, maybe. I'm not sure where. Like comic book porn that can be anything from bestiality, incest, child porn, because it's artistic license. It's not real.
You can write anything down, but you can't publish it.
Well,
You
these
can
things
draw
are published.
anything,
Yeah.
but you can't publish it, because then it can be seen as promoting, etc.
Well, I don't know where you buy these things for a start, but I am aware that
it'd be
they
on
are.
the dark web, and things like that. There'll be ways around it. I mean, there's some people who've been found to be in WhatsApp groups, etc.
Yeah.
One of the problems is that, I mean, WhatsApp is now owned by Facebook, which is owned by that Zach, whatever his name is. Never remember his name or pronounce it. But they had to get a warrant for each individual phone to be able to see it because of the encryption if it was encrypted. If they were stupid enough to leave it open, then that's it, the bank rights at the end of the day. But I still have this problem as to do, it's the victims that I feel for, and I wish there was more that could be done at the end of the day. How do you tell if somebody is that way inclined when they lead a perfectly normal life to everybody? But then there's this dark side, this side of them that nobody understands. I mean, are they sociopaths?
Yes. Is the simple answer to that? Simple answer to that.
And at what point do they, if they start to show remorse, are they still sociopaths?
Yes, they are.
And is there any treatment for a sociopath?
There'll always be a sociopath.
Yeah, but is there a treatment, an effective treatment?
The only way you can do that is yourself. The only person who can address themselves if they're a sociopath is themselves, and then they have to put in working strategies to avoid that situation. You've got the Wests who were psychopaths, but then you've got Jeffrey Dahmer who was a sociopath. There's like Just
want to pick up on Anniku's, Ian's comment. Yes, there was a professional hangman who had the pleasure, so to speak, of convicted people, regardless of the crime, to pull the lever. But did you know that that person was charged with murder straight away? Because technically, that's what they did. They committed murder. In reality, they were paid to do it, and it was the state, but they still had to charge them, and it was automatically rejected because it was an order of the court.
And this will always be. this
Right.
sadly will always be that our judicial system, our situation here in the UK, unfortunately, are reactive, not proactive.
Yes.
So our children are going to school and being educated on this whole range of whatever, and the sexualization that has been put into schools in the last 10 years blows my mind.
But it's not just in schools, it's in advertising as well.
Advertising, TV, children now are able to see so much more explicit stuff at a younger age. Films that we would have said were a 15, maybe an 18, are now a 12 or a PGA in the last 20 years, because they want more people to watch the program. This is almost being normalized in our society. Now, our next generation down from us have been brought up throughout internet. They don't know anything different. We didn't have all of the privacy laws. We didn't have all of that stuff in there 15, 20 years ago. And a lot of people were using the net to get those lovely images that they love so that they can do whatever they do over the images. Now we have that section of people, the lurkers, the voyeurs type, that just like to look at it and don't actually act on it. Then you have people who act on it, and all they get is 2 years. Just go figure.
Is there any difference between those who just look and those who act?
I think there is. I think there is a scale of twistedness, and I think there is a line where people are on that line, from whatever they are to whatever they are. And it's really hard, because all I want to say is you sick fuck. I want to be standing there in front of them, pointing at them, shouting at them. I want to be one of those people. I want to be a pitchfork person that stands in front of a group of pedos that are stuck in this place and they can't go anywhere, and it's all open and we can see them. We can point at them and roar at them and tell them how sick they are. I want to be able to do that. Again, we're not allowed. We're not allowed to do that. It's difficult, man. It's really difficult. But yeah,
to me, there's no difference between. There's no difference to me.
No.
Between a voyeur and someone who practices.
Yeah.
There's no difference, because somewhere a child has been hurt. So to me, it makes no difference to me. All this gender stuff doesn't help matters either. I think that's confuses things.
Why?
Well, it's a way of division and divide, and it's used, and it's basically people are using it to hide what they want so they can do it. I mean, let's face it, not so long ago, there was a bloke who identified himself as being a woman, who was sent to a woman's prison and sexually abused and raped women in the prison.
Yeah. Again, the logic behind that is there is none. The man or woman would have to be kept separate, but they didn't do that. Now, we have to learn from the mistakes that are made from that, rectify it, and look at this in a different way, rather than that didn't work. Now we've realized that doesn't work, so we have to change it. Now, if they choose not to do that, if there is if it comes to a point where there is no choice, that they haven't made that choice, well, that person needs to be separated. That person needs to be on their own. They're obviously not well. They need to be completely separate from everybody else because they ain't singing from the same song sheet. Now, if someone does that, goes into a prison and does that, their life will be over, that's for sure, for one thing. But we have to learn from this shit. We have to learn from it. We have to learn that this doesn't work. That system does not work. But who's doing anything about it?
Well, I'm hoping that this was a tract. When I say a tract, I don't mean it in that sort of way. I'm hoping that there's a lot of people who watch this and realise that they should not abandon these words around just as insults for the sake of it. Because it's taking the true meaning away, and that's what my concern is. You know?
Yeah,
Are the government learning from this?
Nah, we're not learning from it.
These words are going to be passed down through generations, like high school kids now. They probably say it all the time, and they'll get older, and they're just going to keep saying it. It's not going away. It's not going away. Words will have to change. We'll have to find new definitions, more, descriptive or hurtful words that will go through the same system, just like every single curse word that we can think of. It loses its power over time. So, I mean, do we get to a point where we just say it as it is, what it is, and then where do we go from there once that's used up?
When we're on that scale, then what do you class as being a nonce? Do you go under 16 or do you go under 18?
Sorry, what, the word or the person?
If someone is one of those, yeah. Where do you class it? Do you class them that when they're under 16, 16 and under, or do you say 18 and under?
It depends how old they are, doesn't it? I mean, if you think like a 60, I don't care what the law says about, the legal age is 16. If you're 80 years old and you're coming onto it or, advancing towards a 16-year-old, I just think that's wrong. It doesn't matter that the law says, well,
what about a 26-year-old, not an 80-year-old?
A 26-year-old and a 16-year-old or an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
That's a difficult one. I'd say 26 and 18, yeah, but 26 and 16? I mean, I know it happens. It depends on the mentality or the growth of them. I mean, I think beyond 26. I'm not sure about that one. I'm really not. I mean, 16-year-olds between 16 and 18, I think that's the time they should be together, not being, sexualized by old people, old men or old women, 18, I guess. 16, no. Although it's difficult because it's down to the individual again, isn't it? How, I don't know, how they were brought up.
Sam Fox was in the newspapers when she was 16 years old. Her dad let her do it when she was 16. So she would be in that page 3
sexualized
from 16 years old, and a couple of others as well. Now
that's changed now, though, hasn't it? That's changed now. We've learned that. We've learned from that one, haven't we? Or supposedly. Haven't you got to be 18 now? I have no idea. I really don't look at these things honestly.
I think the law changed for publications. I think they moved it to they don't have to be 18 or over. No.
Right.
And also the demise of the page 3 symbol has gone.
Yeah.
Even things like the star has gone. Or the Sunday Star, it's all full of it. They found a loophole and drove the press through it. But In this, over in the US, UK has put in, we should be more like them, and only 16 to 21-year-olds can go out with 16 to 21-year-olds. I think that would depend on the state. I don't think that's a federal law.
In some states, they have a 3-year leeway as well, don't they? Within that age bracket, you know, say you are 16 and the other person's 19, 3 years. Like, say if you're 17 and the other person's like 20 or 21, or is it 20? Yeah, they kind of, there's a leeway there. It depends on the situation, you know, whether they assess it, don't they? How mature the people are, and you know how well they know each other, you know what lifestyle they lead. And I think I think that is good in that age bracket. It's when it goes beyond that, but 26 and a 16, yeah, that's pushing it a bit. Even though some 26-year-olds.
So it's okay then. You're pushing it a bit, but it's okay. Is it? What about 18 and 26? Is that okay?
I'd say that was okay.
So in those 2 years, that person has to mature enough for it to be classed as okay. What it's I think UK Transparency's got a really interesting point there, and I am inclined to kind of agree with the idea of that. I think it would stop a lot of shit. But what about a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old? What about that?
No. Again, you're talking about. I mean, look at other cultures like Asia. Is it 13 maybe when they come into their you know well, the beginning of womanhood, when they start their periods, and it depends. Isn't it 13 in Korea or Vietnam?
Oh, Jerry Lewis married a 13-year-old.
Yeah,
that was his cousin too, wasn't it? Yeah, I know. I mean, that's like nature. That's going down the guidelines of nature. But we've kind of, as a society, we're more protective than.
Are we?
Damn. Well, I feel like I am anyway.
The internet.
You got the link in Telegram, mate.
Bloody hell, Bear's been on a panel all day. He has, bless him.
I mean, like France. What is it in France? 15 or 14? The age of consent.
I honestly don't know, but do you raise the law, the age of consent? And I think we're getting into the realms of, well, we've been sidetracked. We always do get sidetracked, but the law says at the age of 16, you can legally you can go and have a sexual relationship with anyone. Right? That's what the law says.
Yeah.
Right. Regardless of, you can fall in love with an 80-year-old. Not 18, 80. Right. And it's perfectly legal if you're 16. The day you turn 16, it changes. All of a sudden, the day before you couldn't, now you can. Someone's got the stream on. I think it's gone now. Boo. To you too. All right, Bear, welcome.
Hello, Busy Bee. How are you doing?
Yeah, right, Bear.
All right, you.
Right.
You won't be on stream tomorrow, will you? You're going to Swansea, aren't you? You go to Swansea tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm going to live tomorrow though while I'm with him, won't I?
I know that's nothing to do with the subject, but you get a rest going down.
What am I missing, guys? Give me a rundown, please.
The initial subject was around the way that the police back in the late 90s, early 20s went about trying to convict people through what was known then as Operation Or. Obviously, the documentaries, I'm not going to go back into those, but they're there to watch, right? If you can. And we sort of moved on to from that to what we should do with these monsters. And then there was moved on to like things of society and question morality. Someone say it was 26. Should they go be allowed to have a relationship with somebody who was 16? Stangoo said that he thought it would, sort of, yeah, no, and then yes, they could, but then realised that no, he can't. So it's more like 18. And the question was posed, well, what's the difference? It's an age. It's not a state of mind. We just finished up with, of course, Jerry Lewis marrying his cousin.
Yeah, I think the law should, the legal age of consent in this country should stay at 16, in my opinion. But I wouldn't agree with like a 26-year-old sleeping with a 16-year-old. That I wouldn't agree with. Like, although I do believe
with an 18-year-old.
I know that sounds really weird, like I'm contradicting myself because I'm saying the legal age of consent. But the only reason I say that is because a lot of fucking people under the age of 16, I'm not saying much under, but kind of like are messing around, maybe losing their virginity and things. Like, let's not be deluded that they're not, because they are. So,
yeah, but
what about an 18-year-old? What about an 18-year-old and a 28-year-old pair? Is that okay?
it's hard, isn't it?
It is. I know. Yeah.
It is, because you're shifting the tide by literally 2 years, aren't you? So going from 16 to 18. So
and from 26 to 28.
But isn't it still about maturity? When you're 18, you know, you're a lot more mature than you are when you're 16. You grow up so quickly in those 2 years.
Yeah, in this country, everything is like 18, right? So when you're 18, you're classed as an adult. At 18, you can drink, and so I guess, yeah, it's okay. I guess, yeah, I'd have to say it's okay, Mrs. Jim.
Sexual age
But
is still
I would
16,
say I would personally look at somebody who was 28 and think, what would your interest necessarily? I don't know, but yeah, I guess it would be all right. But definitely 16 and someone like in their 20s and that, no, that's not okay, man.
My mum is 10 years older than
anyone, even if you're 18, yeah, you should not be sleeping with a 16-year-old girl.
Ooh,
wrong, man. I never done it. I never done it. Like, you know, never. Once if you're 18 and that, once you get to 18, you're adult, man. You don't go around fucking sleeping with girls at 16, regardless of whether that's the legal age or not.
Yeah.
You see, hello, Outlaw. The thing I would say is that we're talking about morals, not what the law says. The law, we know, is an ass. Always has been, always will be. But we have to go by what the law says, regardless. You may question it. You may raise an eyebrow or two.
Nah, that's mad, isn't it? That means like even that's like
to,
because it's law. That's like
around and saying a 16-year-old doesn't know their own mind.
It is more
16-year-old, I guess. Does a 16-year-old, I guess. Not all, some 16-year-olds are quite mature, but then there's a lot that still aren't, man. I think they're still quite naive and stuff like that in the way they think and the decisions that they make at 16. So the reason I say it should be kept at that age is because, like I say, a lot of kids that age, man, have been messing around doing stuff. So yeah, they might just as well be kept at that age.
I was 16 and went out with a bloke who was 18.
Yeah, that's that free. That's that 3 year.
I know the thing in 3 years. Just in my opinion, I don't agree with it, man. Like when you're 18, you're meant to be getting to being classed as an adult. someone who's 16. Most 16-year-olds are just coming out of school. Bit, I don't
Hi,
know.
Douglas.
That's the way I see it. Me personally, yeah.
Outlaw.
My room said it's the law.
Yeah, I mean, we can only go by what the law says. Morals, unfortunately, they're a bit like feelings. You can't enforce them. You know, we have to go by what the law says. Do I think that the age of consent should be lowered? No.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Not from a legal point of view, anyway, in any way, shape or form. But I would question the morality of some people. But I can't say that it's... I can say it's wrong from a moral point of view, but not from a legal point of view. And that's where the problem is.
Something's just come to me. I think I want to change my mind, actually, on something and say, actually, I want to move that from, and 18 is still young, but I want to move that to, I think the legal age of consent should be 18, you know.
Oh, it was lowered.
I think it should be. And the reason for that is no other reason than I'm thinking of like sexual crimes that take place, yeah, and more things to protect younger victims, yeah, because again, I do feel like somebody that's young, 16, they can be very easily groomed, man, with a naive.
Well, you'll have missed this, so I'm going to ask you the question, right? Jimmy and Mary, right, are in a relationship at the age of 18. During their relationship, they video each other. 10 years later, one of them is being investigated by the police for a different matter. They get a court order. They take all the electrical equipment out, all the electronic stuff. They can connect to the internet, etc. away. During their investigation, they find pictures of the other person that they were in a relationship with, naked, etc. Right? Do you think that they've broken the law? Either of them, by taking pictures and keeping them?
No, but again, like I would say, like morally, like if you're not together, it would be a bit weird to still have them 10 years later. I'd say that was a bit weird, like, but no, you haven't broke no law as such.
You have. Because you're not allowed to have electronic pictures of anyone under the age of 18 in a sexual way.
But you said they were both 18.
No, said they were 17.
No,
when it comes to imagery, I feel that's a slightly different sort of a sideline to what we're talking about. If a girl or if a boy chooses to take a photograph of their genitalia to send it someone, then what on earth was that beforehand for them to be educated so that they think that that's okay? Where is the education that tells them it's inappropriate to send your boyfriend of 3 weeks a photograph of your tits? It's not right, it's not acceptable, and it's not clever. Now that goes both ways. A woman does not want, or a girl does not want, an image of your cock. They just don't. Yeah,
I'll agree with that to a degree, but again, this day and age, Mrs. J, unfortunately, a lot of this younger generation do. They actually do, and you women as well. You're just as bad. Some of these women do want those pictures, believe it or not.
I'm gobsmacked.
Can you see that comment in the chat?
You want, but it's the truth, isn't it?
Does it make any difference? I mean, we've got Jerry says, okay, might be a 38-year-old woman with a 16-year-old boy. What about that? Now, does it matter? Listen to this, right? I'm gonna tell you something now. It's personal, right? When I was 16, I was seeing a 19-year-old, nearly 20. She didn't groom me. In fact, I was doing all the work with her. But we were seeing each other for a little while. We got to know each other well. There was nothing, you know, maybe it was the times. But did it make a difference there? I was male, 16. If I was 19, 20, and I was seeing a 16-year-old girl, it might be seen very differently.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And can I just say UK transparency as well? Said, how about a law that says 16 to 21? Nah, bro. Once you get 18, shouldn't be messing around with anyone that's 16. So 16 to 17. But as soon as you hit that 18 mark, in my opinion, it's a bit of a no-go.
It's at in both.
But yeah, you
both
are
ways.
right as well. Sorry, Stangoo. You are right. Yeah, it would be looked at in a different way, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't a victim of anything. Definitely not. Far from it. In fact,
but would that 19-year-old under, if there was such a law, would they be guilty?
No, because he's 16. He's a legal age to have sex. So
I was 16 and also a teenage runaway at the age of 15. So I'd lived a fair bit already.
Yeah, no, what I'm getting at is somebody who was 19, they're over the age of 18. I'm taking Bear's logic, right? You was, you being 16, according to Bear's logic, that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, it still is. Yeah, still wrong. Yeah.
So this is why we're talking, about morals.
Yeah, interesting
rather than
point.
law.
I've only had a boy, so I can't comment on the girl side of things. If my son was 16 going out with a 19-year-old, I'd question it, but I'd be all right with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I would be all right if my daughter, but as long as I had met them, understood them, got to know them, they would have to be totally invited into my house so I could absolutely make my own decision on it. But when you go past 19, that's where I go personally. But I don't agree with a 19-year-old shagging a 14-year-old or 15-year-old, not at all. I mean, I'm struggling with 16, but I would be, if that situation did arrive, then I would have to, I suppose, address it as an individual situation.
Oh, you see what Outlaw's put there, right? You know, that's a good point. He goes, well, Stangoo, I was in a similar situation, never groomed me. She was 23 and buying me and my mates drinks at the nightclub made me a rock star. You know what I mean? Boys banter and all that. Go on. You know, you pulled yourself a 23-year-old. It wouldn't be the same with girls, would it? You don't know. Or would it? I don't know. I've never been a girl.
You've got Fat Belly's comment. He was a teenager going to nightclubs. It was full of young teenagers dressed like slappers, saying that they were 18 to get in.
And there were also boys doing exactly the same.
Yeah. It works both ways.
Remember, this goes both ways, guys. I was one of those kids. I was, I was growing up in the 80s. I would go to nightclubs when I was 16.
Not true so much because Dorman don't go letting him fucking underage boys, but they are willing to let. I've seen it. I've seen it.
Now there's a different
underage
story
girls
again,
and that blatantly fucking far overdressed.
What about a gay club,
just
though?
because of the way they are dressed, he's filthy Dorman.
What about a gay club with letting boys in?
Well, no, it shouldn't. No.
They do.
No, it's not.
Not until they're 18.
But they do.
They're more judgmental over boys, aren't they, really, though? They do, yeah. But don't you think they scrutinize boys more than they do, if a girl's like, she may only be like 16 or 17, but if she's built well and dressed well, they'll let her in. Because they'll look at her and go like, you'll pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is, the Challenge 25 came in, which was a voluntary code. It was meant.
Does anyone?
It was meant to stop that from happening. It doesn't work, but it was meant to. If somebody looked under the age of 25, then as a licensed establishment, you have to act with due diligence because it's your license at the end of the day if you're found to have underage drinkers in. So, hence the reason why the Challenge 25 voluntary system came into effect, where they could turn around and say, "Can I, check your ID?" But I think it's, from my perspective, when you're taking a delivery, for argument's sake, you're asked for your age. I mean, I look over 18, and I'm still asked for my age, and I think it's hilarious. But that's just
Someone
the
asked me
way
yesterday.
I see
I
things.
bought some cider yesterday, and he asked me my age.
Now, you could take that as a compliment, or you could take
both
that as
laughed.
taking a piss, but
We both laughed.
I do it all the time, especially with the old folk. They love it. They do.
Yeah, and I'm one of those.
You're one of those.
Oh, get you telling me I look young. Thanks very
And you know
much.
the amount of times like they do go to pull their ID out. it's funny.
and
but
on the queue, he was talking about when he was 12, where he met a girl called Virginia, doxing the first name, but hey-oh. And they showed each other the bits. Well, that's wrong, but and illegal, etc. in the UK. I don't know about anywhere else, but is that just kids being kids? Because it does happen.
Yes, it is. That's all it is.
But there should be some sort of education around that and etc. Anyway, but
look at the way the world is now. Look, like as well. They want kids to grow up before their time. Everything's like about image and stuff these days as well, right? And everything's sexualized as well on TV to fucking everything. Like they're wanting to teach our children about sex and stuff from an earlier age. It's all like a bit weird to me. And then I know that there's people out there, that want to see fucking like pedophilia. Fucking, they see it as a what's the word? My head's gone.
Normal to them.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically, yeah.
They actually don't see anything wrong with it.
I think they want to see it as like a sexual preference thing, basically. It's a bit weird.
The conversation which you missed actually, Bear, was we were talking about the word nonce and how it's being banded around and it's becoming less. How did you say it, Stangoo?
It's losing its meaning.
Well, yeah,
it's somewhere about it being a sexuality anyway. They wanted pedophilia to just be like accepted into society, and it's a sexuality. Like that's crazy, man. These people that are saying that shit, they need fucking hanging.
It is though.
Can we say that on YouTube? If not, apologies.
But, I mean, like the thing with paedophilia, it is like any other sexuality, but it's on the scale of what the fuck is what it's on. It's not acceptable. It's not right. And it's weird. And you need psychological help for that thing. But I think if you have it, if you are that person, I don't think you're ever going to get away from it. I think you're going to permanently be that person because it is a preference. It's just my view. Just my view.
Well, exactly. That's all we can talk about. And I just want to say thanks to everybody in the chat because this could have gone so in much a different way. I had to think long and hard about this subject before going for it because you just don't know how it's going to be. And I just want to thank everybody for being so respectful about the subject.
I think things like this need to be spoke about more, don't they?
I do. And this is one of the reasons why I decided to do this. It's a very hard topic, but it's a topic which does need to be talked about on a more regular basis. I'm not saying I'm going to do this every bloody Saturday or anything like that. Jesus. But I think we need to. Really, what we're doing is we're just discussing our morals, our standards. Is it right that we should put our standards on society? I think we've lost some of the basics, shall we say, of morals somewhere along the way. You know, and the sexualization of children is so much in our face these days. One of the reasons why I stopped watching normal TV. You know, I've got it. I don't actually watch it.
I don't have a telly.
You know,
I
need a telly for my Xbox, but that's
I don't have a telly.
I don't even get a chance to get on there these days. But
I do have Netflix and Prime, but that's just because it's there. Yeah, really interesting topic, and it's one that us as parents need to be vigilant in the way in which everything is being sexualized now, and how our children are. You know, you go into Tesco and there's little bra tops for a 3-year-old. What? Do you know what I mean? What are you doing? What? Put her in girls' clothes. She doesn't need to wear a pretend bra. What are you doing? Why are you making that product? It's just, it's like, get so wound up by it. Yes, children should be allowed to be children, but because of the internet being now the new nanny, we've got young people with their children that aren't monitored in what they're viewing. And that is a massive problem. Massive problem. Massive. Something to me. Then Mrs. J.
What's people's opinion, right? Do you think do you see some of these young girls these days? And I'm gonna have to target this at females, so I do apologise. But you do see a lot of young girls these days, man, dressed in very.
Dude, you saw it at my age, darling. We all used to go out in stilettos.
No, sorry. When I was at school, most fucking girls were in tracksuits, trainers, fucking hair and ponytails.
Not when I was young.
It was nowhere near what it is now.
I had a belt for a skirt. In fact, I wore a snood. You know those things that go around your neck? I used to wear that as a skirt. It just literally covered my ass. I had fishnet tights and high heels by the time I was 15. And I was walking around like that.
Right. So that leads me to the next sort of question is, if parents, and don't take this the wrong way, allow their children to dress like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the criminals. They're the criminals. They're the ones to blame. They're fucking... No way. Seen it, man. Seen it. They've got 13, maybe 14-year-old girls. Very young girls, man. But dressed on a Saturday in town, right? As if they're just on a day-to-day thing, walking around like kids doing that, right? Freaking like they're going to a nightclub. It's ridiculous, man. No way.
Go to a festival there. You can imagine what it's like at a festival. So at a festival, you see kids.
No. My fucking 13-year-old daughter shouldn't be at a fucking festival where drugs and that are flying around.
But they are.
But they shouldn't be. Well, no, they shouldn't be.
Right.
And you've got to question yourself if your children are, because I wouldn't be having that at 13.
Right. Playing devil's advocate, right? Parents have the legal responsibility until a child is 16. That legal responsibility stops at the age of 16, right? So you have your children, male or female, dressed up to their nines or whatever, so they can get into a club, right? Does that give someone else the right to be a perv, right? To chat them up, right? And take them home or whatever, right? Because they're dressed.
No. But at the same time, come on, man. Like,
who would be at fault? The person, the young girl or the young lad who is
no, the pervert,
dressed to the nines. Right. That's what I wanted to. This is why I say pain.
but
devil's
then
advocate.
at the same time, I'm going to say that a little bit of blame would then have to fall onto the parent, man, because come on, man, this is a fucking dangerous world we live in now.
But kids will go out and they'll have already hidden clothes and they'll get changed outside, etc. Or
So I want to try and teach my daughter, growing up, right, that not everything's about fucking showing your flesh and fucking shit like that. I'm not saying she's got to wear fucking high neck jumpers and that all her life. I'm not a fucking proper Grinch, but I'm gonna I like to think I'm gonna raise my daughter to have a little bit more fucking dignity and respect for herself than to want to, because a lot of those kind of clothes, again, and people can say isn't that the case, and I'll probably get hammered for this, right? But when I say people dress like they're going out night clubbing, people go out dressed night clubbing to look good, to look nice. A lot of the time, the single people that go out purposely trying to look more attractive than usual in order to fucking maybe just have some kind of sexual experience. And it's so there's no need for at that age to be dressed like, there's just not, man. There's not. There's no need for it. And I probably sound like I'm stuck back in the Stone Age, but
yeah, but they do. And I've seen year after year after year after year the outfits at festivals, and you would be gobsmacked. It's a bikini top and a pair of shorts. 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, and the boys, my son included, just going around with his shorts on.
Shocking.
But is it okay for him to go around in his shorts on, but not okay for the girl to go around in a bikini?
What, in his shorts? Yeah, of course it is.
Well, why not a bikini then?
Well, you can a bikini, I guess, if in the right
15,
setting.
16, 17-year-old going around, it's okay at a festival.
On a beach. At a festival, no, I don't really. There's no need for that, is there? Why are you doing that for?
But it's okay for the boy to go around with just a pair of shorts.
And just maybe, it would just.
You can't have one rule for one and one rule for another.
You're trying to make me look bad here. No, I get.
No.
I've just experienced it. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, as I said, I'll go back to my previous comment. Then someone at that kind of 13 shouldn't even be at a festival. So. It shouldn't even be at a festival. And festivals run until serious, ridiculous times, right? For long periods of time. So you say, your kids will just go.
Stop, Bear, stop shouting. Stop shouting.
Sorry, so I turn my mic off. It might be that.
No,
I'm actually not shouting.
No, it sounds as though.
So it might be my mic.
I think it's because you're passionate.
Is that any better?
Yeah, you're missing the point here, Bear. This does happen. It's not like I'm saying it and it may happen. I see thousands of young people dressed like that. I see young boys dressed in just shorts, and I see girls just in a little bikini top and a gold pair of hot pants, and they're loving it. Off they go and enjoy themselves. Yeah, man, loads. Yes.
Yeah, so these people holding these festivals should be held accountable for that shit. Who the fuck are these people holding this shit? Oh, come on, man. A festival. Let's be honest. Most festivals are not. There's no need for anyone under the age of fucking whatever to be going.
So,
what if it's a family festival?
Drink and drugs. Most festivals.
What is it? No, that's not true. What about family festivals? When they all go as a family.
Yeah, that's in a different setting. You're going with your parents and stuff. That's different.
Right,
still dressed.
So you've got, you've got the local town's summer parade, right? And they all go to the carnival at the end. It's a beautiful sunny day. You've got people walking around in just shorts, no top on. You've got women walking around with shorts and a bikini top on. And you've also got lads under the age of 16 doing what the parents do, walking around with just shorts on, no top because it's too hot.
Yeah.
And then you've got 13 or 12 or whatever age of girls doing exactly the same. The question really is, which one is permissible, right, from a moral point of view? The lad or the girls or neither? Because it's a family day. It's a family carnival on a sunny day, and it's really hot. Is there any difference? Should they be allowed?
Yeah,
Or is that...
no, actually, no. I don't know.
No, it's not a question which I'd expect anybody to answer, because from my perspective, I think it's down to the way that society as a whole sees things, because it wasn't that many years ago you would never see anything like that, because when we're dressed from the bottom of their legs all the way to, to the neck, you saw absolutely nothing, even on a hot day. But as we've got older, our morals have changed and become more liberal. And if I'm honest, you could blame the 50s for that, and then the 60s, because that was the time when festivals and when parents, if you like, or youngsters, I should say, parents of today or grandparents of today, changed and started to wear what the hell they like and told people to sod off. So it's not, to me, it shouldn't be seen as the sexualization in any way, shape, or form.
What about the beach when you go on holiday?
Oh, come on. All right, well, I'll tell you what we use. Listen, because you can't tell me that fuck the beach a minute. There's been events which you probably know about, right? Where people take their children to fucking swimming pools where they're all fucking naked.
Oh, yeah.
Adults, children.
Yeah, there's one in Blackpool not so long ago.
So many ways. Letting people in and letting men in that don't even turn up with women or children, and just letting them come into this event. That's weird. Sorry, that is weird.
No, but I totally agree. I don't disagree
and that
what
I'm
you're
just
saying.
sexualizing it, and actually it should be deemed as okay. No, shit like that should not be deemed as okay. Because again, the world's a very dark place, and
Mrs. Meatball, perfect. That's what my mum used to say. I think it's a hard subject, to be honest. I remember when my mum saying, you either show a bit of leg or a bit of cleavage. You don't show both. And that's kind of stuck with me. And I'm the same as that. I remember that. And I think it's a good point. I think it's a very good point.
I can remember, probably going back now 20 years or so ago. And I've said this before. I was at a student rave covering the first aid, and this girl who was dressed in nothing but a neck curtain, right, collapsed. She'd obviously had far too much to drink, and it was a question of getting the ambulance out and getting her to safety, lift and shift, right? And people couldn't understand why I was hesitant at the time of even touching them. I had to remember they're a casualty. Anything could have happened to them. They could have stopped breathing or whatever. So it's a body. It's not an object. It's an object of nothing. You with me? And that's the only way I could deal with it. But when she vomited, I was quite happy, because that meant she was breathing afterwards. I then made sure that I didn't sit in it and rolled her towards it. But that's just the way I am, self-preservation. But there's loads of people there, but I couldn't have been accused of anything. Now, they were just turned 18, gone to university. You know, a couple of months before, they were still 17.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
Couple of months earlier, they were probably 17. You know, are they mature? I don't think so, not in my eyes. But this subject, it's very, very emotive, very difficult to talk through in any way, shape, or form, and people can be affected by it. Again, because they've either know or they've been through it or whatever, which is the reason why I advise people, you know, join in with a caution, you know, and I hope nobody is affected. Now, you know, I will always say that, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna just say one thing here. I think I might have told you this before. Now I can sit on this panel right now and say to you, every single woman in this chat right now, and I don't know these people apart from maybe one, right? Who I know them to say hello to, but I just every single one has had some sort of sexual experience that they did not want to be touched, to be felt, to do something. Every single woman. Nothing's done about that. Nothing's done about that. It's okay to brush up on someone's tit. It's okay to grab their ass.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. But
and it's not.
Every single woman in this chat that would have happened to.
And it's not. I have a Blackburn World. Right. It's not right that women should do the same thing to men, and it happens. There's
not on the same scale, Grimmy.
No. I'm saying it happens. I'm not saying, right, that there is a comparison between. I'm saying that it works both ways, right? Either one way, whether it be male or female, it's wrong, right? And unfortunately, yes, it is predominantly men that commit I would call it offences, because that's what it is. It's an offence. However, what can be done about it, I don't know, because if you make a complaint, nobody's going to bother. The police aren't going to bother. Nobody's going to bother. If it's in the workplace, you've got more chance of something happening, believe it or not.
Not if it's your boss.
No, because especially if the boss owns it, then you've got no choice but to go external.
I can name 3 bosses that have done that to me. Yeah. Even now, one of my bosses, he said to me, I was sat at my desk and I remember I was doing a review report on a situation that anyway. So he sat on the desk opposite, and I looked up and I smiled at him, and he said to me, well, I know you fancy me, and we could, you know, I'm married, but we could have a fuck. Quote.
Sexual harassment at the end of the day.
I can't do anything about it. He's my boss.
Well, you can.
No. It's not provable. Can't prove it. Can't do anything. Can't do anything about it.
Yeah, well, it's he said, she said syndrome, unfortunately.
They won't do anything.
And it's the same to a certain extent, with historical sex cases that come to light. It will only act if there's a high number of people who come forward and say, and even then there's no guarantee it'll get to court.
So with all of this that we've talked about, our judicial system, and as Mrs. Meek will say, it fails both our young women and our young men. And we've looked at the moral side of it. We've looked at the age side of it. We've looked at the how serious something is side of it. And yet we're normal people having this conversation. So why isn't our government, who are the same as us, apparently, making steps to protect our young people rather than giving them a flyer that tells them what to do. Why aren't we having why aren't our young people being protected?
Because we don't. There's no. What's the word I'm thinking? The government don't gain anything. They look at what they're going to gain, and that's the problem. You know.
Is it okay to give a man who has been a pedo a, say, 2 years suspended sentence?
No,
because he had a blowjob rather than a shag.
No,
okay?
there's no difference.
No.
Not in my opinion, anyway.
Mm.
You know.
Fair?
No, definitely not. Hang the cunt.
Well, it's funny. We had the conversation similar to that earlier. I've got this feeling that the majority of people in the chat, and certainly on here, have got their own views, and a lot of them is capital or corporal punishment for these people once they are, especially, you know, if they've admitted it, then does that make it any better? Because
Right,
they say if you plead guilty, you get a lesser sentence.
If you have sociopathic tendencies, if you are on the narcissistic scale of this, you'll love it. You'll love the attention. If you say yes to it, you'll be proud of it and walk around being fucking proud of what you've done, because there's that tendency. But then you have the type that are ashamed of their sexual preference. They don't want people to know about it, and then they get found out and get prosecuted. But to give someone such a minimal sentence for a crime against our children and nothing being done about it is fucking weird.
Well, for a start, not that like it should matter who's a nonce or whatever, like they should all be treated the same. But what we need to do
Mouse is a nonce. I'm saying it again.
Sorry?
Well, that's been proven. There's an American idiot who's allowed access to the internet and has his own YouTube channel called his name's Mouse, and he also goes by the name of Rex. But he was convicted of having sex with a 15-year-old, if I remember right from the information that I
No. I think she was younger than that. I think she was 14. Yeah.
It could be. Either way, he was convicted.
Yeah.
And it's going to stay with him, but his attitude, I believe, stinks anyway. But you've always... Does it make a blind bit of difference in the punishment if someone is found guilty or they have pleaded guilty in order to get a lesser sentence?
No.
Because to me, there isn't a difference, apart from how long it's taken to get to the conclusion that 12 jurors have found them guilty.
Never take any of this shit seriously and do actually fucking make a change. It's because there's too many fucking... Can I use the word nonce? Is that all right for me to keep using that word?
Only if you're not calling somebody.
Well, no one in particular. Maybe the police force up and down the country, but
Some
the
of them.
police force up and down the country are just full of fucking nonces.
Well,
Fact as well. Fact. Like, and you want to talk about lighter sentences? Go see what's happening to these motherfuckers. Not a lot.
That's right.
Yeah. Same with the magistrate.
And there's nothing we can do about it, Bear.
No.
Apart from just talk about it.
Yes, and I mean, the reason for us talking about it is so that people are more aware of actually what a paedophile is and what a nonce is. Because I go into various streams, right? Various bits and pieces, and Yeah, it's clipped and all the rest of it, and people call each other a nonce, and they seem to think that it's acceptable to use it as an insult, etc. And it's lewd to me. It's as if it's losing its meaning at the end of the day. And Stangoo's bit is right the way that he put it across. What do you do? Do you call somebody a child rapist or a child what's the word, voyeur, when they're looking at pictures, you know?
I'm going to say another controversial thing here, yeah? But what about all these fucking illegal migrants that keep being allowed into this country, right? That come in with a mentality from a background where they fucking believe in their ideology, that it's okay to fucking sleep with people younger than our legal age of consent. And then they will come into this country and groom our young children. This is happening all the time, man. Big, massive problem. These people come from a background and that where they know no different. Like, it's unfortunate that it's the way it is in their part of the world, but it's the way it is.
No.
Here.
I think I
Sorry
to a
if I've
certain
upset
extent,
anyone, but that's a fact.
I see where you're coming from, and I can see where the system, as we have it, lets our children down, and that's the issue that I've got. It's the system which is letting people down, or letting our children down. And when I hear the word nonce being bandied around by people in here, when it's quite obvious they've never been convicted and they just see it as a hurt word, shall we say, it just loses the meaning of it. That's all.
All right. What about, and obviously you never proved this, but what about all the, I don't know, I can't put a number on it, so I won't say hundreds or thousands, but how about all the people that get convicted for sexual crimes that they did not commit? And then they're having to be labelled with that name for the rest of their life.
Oh, yeah.
Because
they can go to court and be found not guilty. You know? Right.
Only 5%. Only 5% of rapists. Only 5% of rapists get convicted. 5%. Yes, it is pepper spray. 5%. 5%. And out of that, if you think the amount of people that have been raped and don't actually say anything, it's a tiny amount of people that actually get convicted of such a crime. I think stangoo is 100% right.
Rape,
I think the word
for rape,
is
but for other sexual crimes, man, fucking like people get convicted of them on the daily for accusations and stuff that aren't true, but they go in favour of because of certain situations or scenarios. Like, don't forget about those people as well, because that does happen, man.
Do you think though that we should be using the actual word that it should be? So instead of using it just nonce.
If you're a nonce, you've got to be somebody that's going with pictures, or you've got to have actually fucking done something to her. Do you know what I mean? Like somebody who goes out and rapes somebody else, right? They're not a nonce. If they've got they're a rapist, yes, but they're not a nonce. Now, a lot of people will call somebody a nonce because they've been done for rape, say, but that's not what a nonce is it?
If it's somebody under the age of 16, it is.
It is, yes, but I've seen it used this day and age where you've just got somebody that's in a racist and dirty nonce, but they're not, because even though rapes are not okay, I'm not saying it is, but
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Because they weren't underage, they're not a nonce, they're just a rapist.
I have to agree. I do agree with what you're saying. And this is where the problem is within the communities on YouTube. I don't care what community it is, where it is, the word is being used incorrectly too many times. And that's the problem that I've got, because people forget what it actually is. The last time that something like this actually came out and they got it right was GMM. Right. Well, no, it's not controversial at all. The fact is that he was found guilty, and he moved over here. He may have served his time, he may not have served his time. I don't know the history. I don't want to know the history. He was found guilty of grooming, and that is the same. The intention is there. You know, from what I can find out, so that is the correct terminology for that individual. But somebody who someone disagrees with, for argument's sake, if I had an argument with Bear and I called him something like that, right, that's just like telling him to fuck off.
But it also sticks, Grim. It also
It loses its meaning
but it
because
sticks.
it's been used incorrectly. Yes, and it sticks.
It sticks.
People start to believe when there's no evidence, there's no nothing.
Oh,
I mean,
I'll say one thing, and this is straight up, this is right. I've never seen the word nonce bandied around so much as I have since the 12 months I've been on YouTube. That's fact. Never ever heard it used
Me
the way
too.
it is on here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to
It's
get hated for this probably
I've
even
probably
more
done it
than
as
I
well.
am.
To be fair, I put my hands up and say I'm probably guilty of it as well. To be fair, at one stage maybe, but fuck, it just gets bandied around like no one's business, man.
I'm just wondering how many people are going to put in a complaint regarding this live and the fact that we openly talked about things within the terms of service, but we have openly talked about it, right? I think we covered every single aspect that we could do. And all I wanted to do was to point out something, which was, let's get it right if we're going to be calling somebody a nonce or a paedophile in any of the communities. Stop bounding it around. It's losing it's what it means. And it's affecting the children at the end of the day. The children who are victims. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There is no difference in my eyes as somebody looking at a child who's underage, right, in a sexual manner, right, than there is of actually doing it, because that girl or that boy that you've looked at, right, on that website you've downloaded has suffered, and you're just as bad as they are, the people who did it, in my opinion. And that, to me, is where, you know, they are a paedophile, they are a nonce, they should be locked up, and the case should be thrown away.
But this whole paedophile thing, and again, like, just my opinion.
Stangoo, I'm going to have to take the dog out before she pees all over the place. So I'll be back shortly.
All right, I'm there.
I think there's been evidence of it, right? Like, these paedophiles go, like, as far as, like, to the Houses of Parliament, to fucking Buckingham Palace, in the police force. Like,
oh, see, you just can't tell, can you? There's no look. You see it on TV.
It's been, you know, it has been proven over the years. Places you should never see that stuff. There's too much of it.
Yeah, schools, churches.
So when we're you know, like this word, you know, do you think the word should be, you know, that this person is a nonce and a rapist? So you give it the whole thing, or do you just say it's an N?
If it involves underage minors and underage children, then it's a nonce, isn't it? There's no need to say rapist.
I think the whole sentence should be used. I think the whole sentence should be used for somebody if they've what they've done. I think the person should be named exactly what the whole name is. You know, the whole wording is of that particular thing. And I don't think that's been done enough either. I think that we need to be.
Do you agree that everyone goes on the same register regardless of the sexual crime?
You mean like a rapist
is a rapist,
register,
right? But regardless of a sexual offence, you'll always be put on that same register, regardless of whether you've actually committed fucking rape or you've just been caught, I don't know,
looking at pictures,
maybe touching someone in an indecent way that wasn't wanted, or it was like whatever it is. If you get put on the sex register, it's the same register for even the most heinous crimes. Do you agree with that? Do you think that should be the case?
Well, this is one of the problems Grim was talking about, wasn't it? On one of the videos, one of the documentaries, where somebody was trying to defend themselves because apparently all he was doing was looking at images. Yeah. And you know, there are those that will go hands-on or further. Is there a difference between that? I mean, is that what you're saying? Should there be different categories of sexual offence, like you say,
100%.
between voyeurism and
Yeah.
actual
Yeah.
physical?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So that again, I don't know, because I don't know. It's a hard one, isn't it? Because
It's
I'm
when you
looking at
Is-
that. and thinking,
So is putting pornographic images on YouTube, should that be an offence for doing that, or do you think, oh, for God's sake, just get over it and move on?
you're talking about adult
pornographic
pornography images now,
Yeah.
Are you on about adult?
Yes.
Well,
Sorry,
Well,
yes.
Well, if it's consensual
Exactly.
pornographic images, then it's the law states it's okay. Then again, yeah, it's okay, isn't it? Right? It's all consensual and above board.
do you ever consider, right? You know, like we're talking about, like the
What
word
with
nonce bandied around.
prostitution, should that be illegal? Should prostitution really be illegal?
Do you think there's going to be a point where these porn bombers may just step up their game or down, whichever way you look at it? How long is it going to be before you see a child in those pictures? You know,
Not long.
exactly.
Well,
Because
hopefully it doesn't.
as far as I'm concerned, yeah, it's about taking the channel. It's about affecting the channels. Personally, I'll say I'm not offended with porn. Sex is sex, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you'll agree with that. But it is the damage it's doing to the channels. Now, if it was child porn, that's a different story. I would.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, because I said to Crinkle about like the gore bombing and that, yeah, and I was trying to get to him that the gore bombing is kind of worse than the porn bombing, because like, no offense, but at some stage in our lives, we've all seen a fucking penis or a vagina. We've all seen it, like, you know, so. Look, he might take offense to seeing something like that, but I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. But when you're seeing someone get fucking butchered, yeah, it's a bit like uncalled for. You don't really need to be seeing that shit, do you? You know?
Well, I had this conversation the other day. I mean, I just summed it up. I said, I'm not offended by sex, and I'm quite desensitized to violence and gore, whether it be in real life or through horror movies, because I'm a big horror movie fan. So me personally, I'm not offended by any of it.
I just think that at some point someone's going to experience a penis or a vagina. Someone's not necessarily going to fucking experience seeing that kind of fucking violence, you know?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that kind of violence, right, it can trigger some people, man, even if it is just on a screen. It can trigger people.
Definitely. I know people that have been affected by it. I've spoken to many people since that one incident that were really affected by it, at least 3 people, one good friend. And yeah, it's a tough one because it goes on in the world. It's like, do we, blinker ourselves from the, the harsh reality of what goes on in the rest of the world? Do we live in this safe haven where it's like, oh, everything's fine? Because that's the way we've been brought up with our media and news. In other countries, they'll just put a dead body on the front page, won't they? Say like Mexico. They'll put the harsh reality in their papers, and there are other countries that will do that. But we've been brought up to be, sensitized, haven't we? Really?
Well, I think the border is respectful. I think that the whole
in this country, we're not very open about sexuality and stuff, are we? Like, and talking
we
about
used to
sex
be.
and
This
stuff
is
in this
where
country.
it's different. It's definitely changed since I was young. Definitely.
Other countries, they're a lot more like open, and people are more open with their sexuality and stuff in other countries. I think you can look at other like countries in Europe and stuff where they're a lot more open and.
Yeah. I mean, do you think the internet's
sexual
changing things though? Do you think the internet is, because it's made the world a smaller place, hasn't it? The internet. Do you think we're all going to catch up with like safe sexuality?
The internet for me has just been a dark place for young children. It's a pressure on children. Everything's a pressure on children now. Everything on children's pressure. We think as adults we're put under pressure. Of course we are, yeah. And you got a lot more responsibilities and stuff as adults. But the pressure children are put under now compared to what we were put under is ridiculous, man. Like
they can find anything now. It used to be word of mouth at school, didn't it? You'd learn things from your friends.
You look, everything. How you look, how you know. I don't know. It's like
Now,
everyone has to be in competition with each other, and it's like social media and the internet and stuff set it up so that it's like that.
yeah, definitely. It's all about
Why?
ratings, isn't it?
Why is that? Why is that?
Why is that? I think
Yeah.
that's to
I know.
I don't know really.
Isn't
I
it just
know.
about status and the way, you know, before the internet, people would like work, buy the best
Maybe
car, buy the
divide
nice
us more, to divide us and stuff more as well. You think that social media and that it brings us all together more? Don't be fooled by that. The bigger picture is it divides a lot of us.
Hmm.
I think when you think of the bigger picture.
Hmm.
Maybe
An
I'm
interesting
wrong.
one, isn't it? So you're how old are you now, Bear?
32.
So you're next gen down from me. So you've been brought up with the internet being always there. So you've never
Yeah, pretty
experienced
much, I
not
guess, to a degree.
the internet not being available somewhere. And now we have, thanks to, Gordon Brown wanted to make sure that we all had the internet in our homes by this period of time, which we pretty much have, unless the parent has chosen deliberately not to have the internet. My personally, we didn't have TV, but we did have the internet.
Growing up,
and
I
that-
didn't really have the internet though. Like it might have existed, but like I had limited access. Like if it was used in school, and again, it was limited back then as to how much like computers and stuff you did have. Because to be honest, as a kid growing up, man, my mum was single mum. She couldn't afford the internet and things back then. Back then, it was like it wasn't such an unaffordable thing like now. Everyone can kind of afford the internet now. Back then, the internet was quite expensive and stuff to have. So yeah, I kind of grew up. I never really had the internet at home and stuff like that. It's only ever at school, and maybe that kind of changed a little bit when we got to like, I don't know, maybe as I was halfway through secondary school. So yeah, a good proportion of my life, I guess, I've had the internet about. Yeah, enough to the point where I'd fucking probably be lost without it.
Wow.
It's crazy to say that, innit? I'd be lost without
Yeah.
the internet.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of us
people
would be.
If it went down, there'd be chaos. There'd be anarchy. There really would. I mean, how about mobile phones though? Before the internet, you had a mobile phone, right? Did you just share your number with everybody you knew, and it kept you connected? Unlike people that grew up in a different generation where you had to rush to a phone box or in a house. It was leading up to this connection, but it's wider now, isn't it? It's a lot wider.
I can remember times when, like, fucking hell, man, I'd have to like give somebody a number and that, and they'd be like, right, be at this phone box for this certain
That's right.
time. Crazy to even
Organisation's
thinking
gone,
about that
that's
now.
for sure. Hmm.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
All right. Yeah. Echo Beach, more from the muffins, but hey, I digress. Who's
Sorry,
playing-
I'm playing my music while I'm listening to you.
Yeah. All right.
Not too loud, is it?
No, not for me.
Cool.
I don't mind
No,
muffins.
it's fine me, but I'll find out tomorrow.
I think we should be all right because we're talking completely over the top. So
Hey, Tennyson, you're not coming through yet. Says
yeah,
device is
very
not
interesting
connected.
topic. I think going back to something Anonik said earlier, do I say it? I think that maybe there should be tighter laws in place regarding internet and children. I don't think there's enough support for the parent in educating their child, but I also feel that the government are exposing young people to sexualization at far too young an age. As a parent, I remember when 12s came out, and you take your son because he's 12. So you go, yeah, we're going to the cinema, and what is at the cinema at age 12 is not what you're expecting. You don't expect a 12-year-old to be okay with some of the images that are now in 12 films. It's been sexualized or graphic.
Well,
or
they're being desensitized at a younger age, aren't they? That's what's happening.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Whether it be sex or violence.
Yeah. So then the girl goes, or the boy goes, oh, you know what? Fancy a bit of boom boom. Doesn't matter. I know what I'm doing. I'm age 13. I'm age 14. He's age 13. He's age 14. Or she's age 13 or 14. Let's go for it. Is that okay?
Well, it happens, yes, but to say it's okay, no, that's not for us to say, is it? I mean, yeah, the law says they're too young, but they're in the same
Who
age
gets
group.
prosecuted if both of them have a shag and they're 13? Who gets prosecuted over that? To the parents? To the children?
The children.
Well, they wouldn't, would
Technically,
if they're both 13, how would they get prosecuted?
because they're over the age of 10.
Yeah, but what would they get prosecuted for?
Underage sex. Legal age consent is 16.
But they would both get prosecuted for underage sex.
Technically.
Well, technically, yeah, of course. I know what you're saying there. Technically, they would, but they just wouldn't, would they?
The reality of it is that social services would probably be involved.
Yeah, they'd want to know where they got the information, but then now both they said, well, we were taught it at school. We were taught it in junior, because they're teaching it in junior school, aren't they? At the end of junior school.
No. What they're teaching is the way that the theory is that they're explaining the changes that their bodies are going to be going through. And you know what? When I think back all those years ago, that's what it was all about, right? There was no ifs or buts. It was literally just the facts and nothing but the facts. There's no jokery or anything like that where there is now.
But hang on, Grim. You wouldn't even know what to do with it or where to put it if they hadn't have shown you that. Unless you were talking to them.
No, they're not. I'm not talking about the mechanics.
Well, that's what they teach, though.
I know that's what they teach now. I'm talking about when I was young.
Oh.
Right. All it was then was literally the facts of what was going to be happening to youngsters' bodies over the coming years, and that was the idea. It was a soft introduction, and most of the kids at that time really started laughing because they couldn't believe it. You with me? And there was a lot of embarrassment, but the one thing which was always sought was parental consent. Now it's not needed, you know. But I don't know.
But
I think now the narrative is slightly is a lot different, you know, because they're now talking about to children as if they're old enough to understand not just the difference between them, but also the and the mechanics, but also the side elements as well, such as trans, etc. You know, Denison, for some reason, you're not showing. Try turning your camera off. Yeah, and your mic off. See whether you can connect, and then we can take it from there. So I know it's you. It's not anybody else.
But the thing is, right? They're teaching it before they're even 10, aren't they?
Yeah.
When they go to secondary school, they've got that information. They go into secondary school and they think, "Oh, we're all grown up now. We're in big school," and they've still got that information in their head. And it's "Oh, that's what it's for. That's what you do with it. How long is it?" With some kid, you know, before they even start experimenting at 11, 12.
Yeah, unfortunately, the school playground is where a lot of misinformation used to be given.
Yeah.
Now I think that the education authority should look at what is required, and also maybe certain subjects should be taught by the parents. But I don't know. It's one of these. I mean, if you turn around and say, well, at the age of 14, we'll tell the kids about it. Too late when a 13-year-old is 6 months pregnant,
Yes,
because
suss it out.
they weren't aware of the need to wear condoms, etc. I mean, a child of 13 can go to a doctor, and the doctor can put them on the pill without the parents knowing about it, because that's the law. Says that they can. There's a moral issue with that. Should the parents be informed, at least, or should they? The advice be you should really go and speak to your parents and seek and to get their viewpoints on things. And there again, there's the other side of that, which is who ultimately is responsible if a child of that age, a young girl, gets pregnant. Who is legally responsible?
Be the parents.
Yeah.
Well,
Hello, Spooky. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Hello, Spooky. My friend's daughter had a baby 2 years ago. He's 2 this month, and she was 14 when she had him, and so was the boyfriend, was 14 as well.
Yeah. I mean, the chances are they're not going to press any charges or anything like that, but you can guarantee that social services will be involved one way or another. You know what I mean? So as I say, it's not really what I was set the discussion up about, but we always digress. We always expand on whatever the chosen subject is, and sometimes that's good, because I think we actually spent too long on certain areas. Would make it, being uncomfortable is one thing, getting angry is something else, and so I want to thank everyone for not getting angry.
Of course, no, we're not that. This is not.
It's not that type of. We don't. We're lucky because we don't get that sort of. I don't know. Cross section of. We get a cross section of different people, and everybody looks after everybody else, and everybody. I mean, the chat's got into all sorts of things that it's gone way off the subject, which is fine. I think it started off with Rasta asking about body painting regarding art. That's Ross's fault.
I'll be honest with you, Grim. It's kind of my fault, because we were talking about body painting earlier, weren't we, Purple Split? We're talking about body painting. I used to do body painting, so I've seen lots of naked bodies in my time and my life, and I've drawn lots of naked bodies too.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the thought of putting a happy input. Don't worry, I wasn't under the illusion that we would be finishing on a note of on the same note that we started. I was hoping that we would digress in a way. Hello, Dennison. You finally got here.
Yeah, I couldn't get my mic to work.
Nice. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. I'm not sure what time it is where you are, by the way. I can never work out backwards.
It's about 3 in the afternoon.
It's giving me another question. I'm sorry, Grim.
That's all right.
So I obviously at 16 I went and did my art stuff. I got my A-level art when I was 16 instead of 18. So I went to college slightly earlier than other people because of my art stuff. And I was painting nude met a nude. In fact, what was his name? Eric. His name was Eric, and he was about 60, and he would stand there, start bullet naked for 3 days, and I painted him. Drew him.
But that's
So-
not. But that's not in a sexual manner.
Hang on. You know, we were talking about the images earlier. Maybe one of these voyeurs, where it could be a child innocently having a bath that they were getting off on. That is not in a sexual manner. They're just having a bath.
No.
But
Yes.
if that- yeah.
A bar.
A bath.
A bar. Yes, it is. But it's the transmission of that, the sharing of that. That's the issue. It's not the taking of the photograph.
And how do you feel? How about Renaissance art, where you're talking of this? What I was thinking, you know, where they used to paint young babies and children naked, and people buy those images, or they're, you know, spread around in books and stuff. What's the difference between that? Just because it's not photographed and it's painted, what's the difference between a picture of a painted naked child and a photo of a naked child?
Don't know. It was different times then, though, as well, weren't it? Like, you're not going to see no paintings of. Like,
There was a whole series of about 20 years where men holding babies, they were both naked. That classic Athena picture, women holding a baby, and it was naked and it was on the wall. So it was normal. So that is now not acceptable. It's not acceptable to have a painting of or a photograph of a man holding a baby on your wall. It's not classed as.
But it's okay to have like the Renaissance art because it's so old.
Yeah.
Hi, local. Thanks for joining us, mate. Appreciate it. Do you know what this is? If I don't know art at all. I couldn't tell you one picture from another. What time it was painted or drawn, but still life art is acceptable because it's everybody is over the age of 16, and it's educational, it's arty, it's allowed, but people's taste in art changes, which is the reason why you wouldn't get that type of commercialized drawing, shall we say, or it wouldn't be. It's not acceptable. Why? Because society has changed slightly. But we've looked at all aspects of the type of paedophilia, and I think the consensus is that A, it's wrong, and B, the sentences are wrong. There's been some ideas floated around about having sentences given out for the type of crime. To me, there's no difference. They should all be put down. But that's just my own personal point of view. I'm a very strong believer in capital punishment for those people. But I don't care whether it's male or female. I don't agree that it's right that a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old goes out with someone who's 23, whether it be male or female, vice versa. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's still wrong at the end of the day, from my perspective. But I'm very old school in my thinking because I am old, you know. But in other areas, I'm more progressive and believe that we should have the right for certain things, such as, you know, free speech, etc. But I think it's been good. I've enjoyed the conversation, and we've not gotten to a point where we've had people coming in who have started having to go at others or have had a go at the actual conversation, you know. I thought I saw Bumblebee in earlier. If you're still in, thanks for dropping by. Denison.
Yes, sir.
Your viewpoint.
Well, I was a couple of things interested me that I just heard you talking about. One was like innocent, like the intent of the image, and whether or not that determines if it's considered pornography or not. And a couple of things came to mind. Um, First, allegedly, an American YouTuber who takes pictures of his own children, innocent pictures of his own children in the bathtub, as you were mentioning, but he sends them to people so that they can be in the possession of something potentially illicit. Like he does it as a way to use technology to terrorize people that he doesn't like.
That's twisted shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very twisted. But these are some of the consequences of the way we view technology and why, and at the end of the day, what is it that we're trying to protect, right? Like Grim just brought up two relatively young people, but one who's over the adult age and one who's under, like a 15 and a 22-year-old. Why do we have laws against that? What we all agree it's wrong, but why? Why is it wrong? What are we trying to protect the 15-year-old from? What is it about an adult sexual relationship that is harmful to a child? I'm assuming we're trying to protect children from harm. That's the whole point, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I almost wonder how much of the harm is done by our attitudes towards sex. And what occurs to me, and obviously even me myself, I definitely had an adult relationship before I was the age of 25, but it occurs to me that most people brains aren't fully developed until they're somewhere around 24, 25, 26, 27 years old. And should we consider protecting older people from certain situations? Maybe 18 isn't old enough. And what I did want to pop up, what you guys were talking about when I originally tried to connect, but I couldn't get my mic to work, was the whole, is porn and gore offensive? Which, as you guys know, because we've discussed this offline, I don't find any of it offensive. None of it phases me. The reason why I am against the porn bombers and gore bombers is because I feel that it's just another form of antisocial behavior, and it's also a way to where they can enforce their lack of morality onto the rest of us, and there's doesn't seem to be anything we can do about it, right? Like it's the hard work and the intention of the channel owner that gets ruined, and that to me is more offensive. That's what bothers me more than somebody's sensibilities might be ruined. But at the same time, everybody's different, and some people could have a very real and negative reaction to that. It doesn't bother me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't bother the next person. So that kind of raises another question for me. Where do we draw the line? And if the line is based upon the idea that freedom of expression is more important, and people kind of have to seek out or choose not not to seek out information, then is there a line at all? Shouldn't it be a free for all and anything goes? And if you don't like it, then you don't tune into it.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't disagree with what you're saying. But I don't think it's right that somebody who is well over the age of consent should be thinking about having a relationship with somebody who is under the age of consent. Whatever that, I mean, unfortunately, the age of consent is different in different countries for cultural reasons and social reasons. Here, we got the age of consent is 16. Anything below 16 is classed as basically incorrect and against law paedophilia. However, that's if they're over the age of consent. But we've got people who just fling the word around nonce, paedophile, all over the place, and people are being desensitized to what it actually means because it's just been used in the wrong manner, shall we say. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this discussion around it. It's basically to remind people what paedophilia is and how serious it is. The damage that is caused by people being called it when they're not. You know, you throw enough mud around, some of it's going to stick. You know, at the end of the day, and that's where the problem is. And we have vigilante groups who may take that the wrong way. You know, and then without any evidence, you could someone could get seriously hurt as a result.
But that's the consequence of our moralizing, though. It's almost inevitable. Like you can't if we're going to be the type of people that label certain things as wrong, and we're the type of people who believe in retributive justice, where we punish people for doing things that disgust us. One could argue if we're capable of feeling disgust at all as a species, then those are the consequences that come along with that. Because whatever it is, you know, and if you take the case of an extreme subjective moralist like myself, even I am horrified and disgusted by abuse to children. There has to be something seriously wrong with you if you're not. So just think, like, even if that's the only thing we have to where we all agree it's horrible, then that's going to be the one thing that people are going to use against you. They're going to paint you with that brush. You know, like...
yeah, that's, especially if there's no evidence and nothing to back it up, nothing substantial or anything like that. That comes to bear to mind that person is using that and throwing that at you. Means
so would you call that a style of grooming, for example? Would you call that, because you're using the word over and over and over and over and over, it starts, and you say mud sticks, etc., like I said before, is that if you're doing that online in front of people repeatedly, are you grooming the chat to believe that?
No, I'd say you're definitely brainwashing them. Like grooming is a form of brainwashing, but brainwashing is not necessarily a form of grooming.
But if you're using the N word repeatedly,
I
sensitizing.
Yeah. So are you then grooming?
I think grooming it implies some kind of power imbalance and like a disproportionate age relationship, and that you're desensitizing someone in order to get them to serve a purpose for you. I don't know if you could call that grooming if someone just tries to label you with something. And I guess the only reason why I hesitate to do that is because I see so much of it. It's so common.
Yeah.
Everybody does it.
Yeah.
It's a form of gatekeeping, you know?
Yeah. The word, I've never heard the word used really until this last year. I'll be really honest with you.
The G word, the N word. Yeah.
I think it depends on. Sorry, Dennis, go on.
No, I was just gonna say that I've heard grooming for the past few to several years, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody. But the way I heard it first was because of what at least is being reported in the United States about some of the problems England is having with immigration and certain cultures coming in and grooming in your country. That's where I heard about it first, actually.
Yeah, that's been mentioned, and I think it's relevant. It is actually relevant. I personally, I can see what people are saying, and it should be allowed. There's an issue I have with that is, when somebody's been convicted, they've done their time, whatever the 2 years was or whatever, right? They're then allowed to go back into the same neighborhood and terrorize their victims by just being there, which means that the victims relive it day in, day out, and see them. And the system disrespects them, because the system turns around and says, well, you've done your time, therefore, so long as you stay out of trouble for the next 5 years, you'll be free to do whatever you want. And in the meantime, you can live wherever you want as well. And I think that's something that should be addressed, because if you're allowing the perpetrator to go back and live in the same area, right, you are inflicting or allowing pain to be inflicted yet again, time after time after time. And how is anyone who's been abused able to build a future for themselves mentally when they're seeing their attacker out on the streets day in, day out?
Can I read a comment out, please?
Yeah.
Manipulation of the mind for control regarding people using the word on chats and whatever. That's manipulation of mind for control. So using scare tactics like that to control. So is that grooming? Oh, no. Grooming applies to gangs recruiting young kids too.
Yeah, it's desensitizing. The more you say it, the more you get used to it. The more you believe it. It's not something that I would ever say about someone. As I said earlier, if I fell out with someone, I wouldn't call them anything like that.
I wouldn't wish them dead either. I wouldn't say anything like that.
No.
But people do.
Yes. And for me, that's a question of morality. Yeah, guys. You know what I mean. Moral standards are being lowered. I'll get around it that way. Morality, that's it.
Morality.
Well,
Rastas said lack of community is the main problem. People used to sort the loonies out in communities, but now people are just too busy to care.
There's no such thing as community.
Ooh.
Compared to what it used to be.
Now that could be a contributing factor, and in a feedback loop between nurture and nature, it could make the problem worse. It could create more. It could create more harmful behavior, more people who are whatever classification you want to give it. It could create more children who are susceptible to it, and it could also interfere with punishment, retribution, or prevention. But it doesn't address the root problem. You know, like if the community's having to deal with something, that means that thing exists, and that community is not capable of eliminating it, only responding to it.
So reaction rather than proaction.
Right, and that's everything that we do. It's our justice system, especially in our countries. I can't think of anywhere on earth where it's different. There are some things changing, like, say, for example, with drug crime, it's been decriminalized, and there's prevention that goes into that. But are human beings going to be able to wrap their heads around the concept of doing that for some of the things that we find more morally reprehensible? The kind of things that, like, right now, it's difficult to even just have this conversation because it's on the internet. People will record it, and they're going to pick apart every word and try to use it as a way to label every single one of us. You all know that.
Yes, and it was a risk that I was prepared to take. I was also prepared to risk the channel potentially being complained about and removed.
For sure.
But it's because we don't talk openly and in the right manner, that is where the problem is. So,
absolutely. But people don't like this talking, Grim. You know that.
Oh, they like school ground politics more than having a proper conversation. The art of conversation or discussion, debate has long gone. You know, people shout more than anything else or call people names because they've lost the argument because they don't have the answers. I'm not saying that I've got the answers. I've got ideas. My ideas might not meet the same as everybody else, but I've got a voice, you know. And from my perspective, yeah, this live has been well worth the risks involved. And I know there's loads of people out there who would love to try and use this against what the Grim Reaper radio station stands for, you know. But what can I do? Ignore the subject and hope it goes away?
I think it's becoming more in front, more what's the word? More obvious now. We're seeing it more than before.
More prevalent.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is that because people are prepared to speak out more than they were before over the years, or is it because people feel, well, a lot safer? It's not as if they're going to. I mean, a victim should never be blamed at the end of the day, because it's not the victim's fault. It's whoever's done it. It's their fault. They're the ones who've done it. It's got nothing to do with the victim. You can't blame a child for an adult's way of doing things. And when I say a child, I'm talking about somebody under the age of 16 in reality. You can't blame the child because they're misled. They are manipulated to do whatever the perpetrator wants them to do so they can get their own satisfaction from it. And they feel it's their fault. They feel they've done something wrong because society has turned around and said, oh, it's your fault. You shouldn't have been wearing that skirt so high. It's your fault. You shouldn't have been wearing that aftershave, that cologne that you borrowed from your father. Whatever, you with me? There's always an excuse to blame the victim. And it can't be the victim's fault. But it doesn't help when false claims are made. And that's where my problem with the way the system is at the moment works. Because those who make false claims make it 10 times harder for people to come forward.
It's never going to change.
I know, and that's the problem. And I think that, is that down to lack of education from society? or is that just the way people are these days?
That's just the way people are, period. That's human nature.
Yeah. There's a lot of comments which have been being put in regarding the elite, etc. If you want my opinion, for what it's worth, I do agree with you, but it's not something that is the right place to discuss on here in any great detail. I'd love to take that onto Skype and discuss it on Skype.
Yes, when Anonicu finally downloads it and sorts himself out, he can join the group.
Yeah,
Can't
I
you,
think
Anonicu?
that'll be, the Skype group is the only place where we got freedom to say what the hell we like, and in the way that we like. You're not going to be criticised for calling for breaking eggs, shall we say? But on here we do. Well, again, thank you everybody for being adults regarding this subject. Could have gone two ways. Well, three actually.
Can we use the P word?
Well, so far we have.
Can pedophilia be detected in the brain?
Oh yeah, we were touching on this. It's being classed as a sexual preference now. There's nothing you can do about it then, is there? If it's what you.
Well, I would argue the exact opposite. I would argue that there's no such thing as preference, first of all. That we're in a constant feedback loop between nature and nurture. There's genetic influences, there's environmental influences. Excuse me. And there's what people call choice, which I don't even refer to as choice because I don't necessarily believe in free will. But all those things are in play. And I think that you could flip a switch, and if pedophilia can be detected in the brain, then can't it be fixed, changed, switched on and off?
Well, yes, you can. You can remove the
re-educate. You can re-educate yourself.
Remove the brain. I mean, that's the only way you're going to fix it. I'm sorry. That's like it's a disease, Danson. It's not.
Well, what about bipolar disorder?
Well, there's about 34 different types of bipolar, and no. Well, all right, I'll rephrase this before I say it and get into trouble. There is no psychiatrist in the UK that will want to put that label on someone. And bipolar is usually treated with a range of different chemicals because it's finding the right chemical that works. And 9 times out of 10, it's got nothing to do with the medication's got nothing to do with bipolar. It's a byproduct that it actually helps. It reduces. You can't cure it. Someone's always got it, but you can help to control it. But you can't do that with somebody who basically is a sick bastard, in my opinion.
So, what about paranoid schizophrenia?
I'm in two minds about that, and I'm not sure if you're trying to get me though.
But do you think
Sorry, Denison, I've been going roughly 3 hours and I'm absolutely shattered. So I am the wrong person to ask these questions. I will give you
quick
answer.
Even the chat, I'm curious what people think. Will we never be able to fix bipolar disorder?
I don't think it's possible.
No. I do believe that diet plays an important part in that. I think if you are eating correctly, you're getting the right minerals and vitamins inside your body. That will support you so that you stay on the level that you should be. If you choose to have E numbers, if you choose to have sweets, if you choose to have shitty food, then you will have a shitty body, and your body will be more prone to bipolar.
If that's the case, then isn't it a physical problem?
Isn't bipolar in the brain though? It's a brain thing, isn't it?
Right, so-
it's the way the brain reacts to certain stimuli or
Is that-
stimulus.
Is that not a physical thing in the brain that's occurring?
It's electrical impulses potentially.
Right.
It's
So
mixed up. So you can either go hyper or into a mania situation where you have the feeling of being on top of the world. You don't care about anything. You don't realize what you're doing. It's like a bit like going into having another personality in some cases.
Sure.
And then you've got the manic, the depression side of it.
Would we be able to measure that in the brain someday? Those electrical impulses.
Yeah.
Potentially, yes. Potentially. Can it be fixed? Well,
Medication.
Well, if it can be measured, you see what I'm getting at. If you can measure it and you can identify it,
but then you can. How do you identify it? You identify it by people who don't have it to see what the norm is, and then that leads to the potential of literal brainwashing by knowing how to direct electrical interference so that you do what somebody else wants you to do.
we're
It's
already
a
doing
dangerous game. It's a dangerous game to go down there.
Well, I mean, go down there, Grim. We're already on the highway.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
So this is what I'm saying.
I'm not disputing that we're not. That's what the whole idea of gene therapy is, and etc. It's to get the perfect specimen. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
We do. This is how we find the differences, though, right? Comparatively. But then once we find the differences, we start to understand the actual mechanics and the cause. Like cancer is a good example. We're able to find which genes may potentially turn cancer on and off. And with cancer, we don't ask ourselves these big moral questions about what's normal. We say cancerous cells are definitely not normal. Now, technically, that could be wrong. Cancer could be some kind of immunoresponse to something else.
Right.
Yep.
But we violently try to stop cancer, right? We invasively try to stop cancer. So if we're able to measure and compare these things in the brain when it comes to mental illness, and does everybody agree that pedophilia is a mental illness?
Yeah.
Then,
I think
it's
Well,
hard
that's why
to.
you believe anyway. Yeah, this is why I posed the question earlier. It's something that just wasn't firing in the same direction. Something totally different. If it's a choice, then it can be changed, can't it? It can be corrected.
Yes, I don't even believe in choice or free will. But if you believe in free will, then you're stuck in a box, because then a person can literally choose not to be a pedophile.
Yeah, it can be corrected or guided. Where
Right. That's an even easier question.
Well, they tried to use shock therapy for people with who had mental illness.
Grimmy, can you give Aaron the link at all? Is there a way of getting Aaron the link?
I don't know. He's not on any of my.
Are you on
lists.
Discord, Aaron? Are you on Grimmy's Discord? My lovely. Sorry, interrupting the flow of that conversation.
No.
I just want to say quickly, there was something in the chat as well. Again, we're talking about responsive and reactive and proactive. Yes. Unfortunately, we live in a world of react, not proact. It's always going to be.
And that's what got me on this topic was proactively. Can we prevent this behavior?
Yeah.
Maybe in a million years' time.
A million or 50? Because think about, like,
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it is possible because All right. It's like giving an excuse to someone to misbehave. I think for someone to turn around and say that paedophilia is a mental illness is an insult to people who have mental illness.
Yeah, well, it's a different kind. It's not comparing it to other mental illnesses, is it? It's
And
a
I
different
think
kind
this
of
is
mental illness.
and this is where the aversion comes from, in my opinion, and it's why we don't make progress, because we're moralizing over it. So we're offended. Excuse me. We're offended by the idea that maybe it's not up to the person, that maybe they don't have some kind of free will based responsibility, because we want to justify punishing them and hurting them for it. So if we admit that it's something wrong in their brain and that we can make a pill to stop it, well, then maybe now all of a sudden that person's a victim too. And now we have to have some sort of compassion for them. And that's, I think, where the block comes in, because now you're disgusted. I can't be like that person. I can't have compassion for that disgusting monster. And so we stop there when we lock them in a cage. And here's the thing. If you kept them in the cage forever and ever, maybe I would lose some half of my argument. But we don't. You just put them in the cage and then you let them out again. And now they're just a caged pervert instead of just a pervert. It's almost worse. And no effort is put towards, trying to figure out what actually causes it and how to actually fix it. It's just about punishment. Like most people, I think if you polled in the chat, they would say they should just all be put to death.
I'm in agreement with that idea.
I mean, I'm not surprised. This is my point. And here's the thing. There's an argument to that too. Maybe if you can kill them all, they won't be able to breed and pass on their genes. But what if it's?
I don't believe it's in the. I don't think it's anything to do with genes.
Well, then killing them accomplishes nothing except getting blood on our hands.
Yeah, I can see both sides of the argument. It's just a gut feeling. I don't do things by gut feeling. I do have to think about it first. Aaron, I put the Discord link in the chat for you, so if you join, I can sort it out for you.
Grim, can I take this? I'm going to have to dip off because I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to be calling it shortly. Well, I'll see how long we go.
Yeah, just in case, I'm going to say my good nights now. All right.
No problem.
So good night, chat. Cheers. It's all been interesting. Informative. I'll be listening in. All right. So I'll catch you on the run then, Grim. See you later, Dennison.
See you later.
Bye, Sweet Pea.
Everyone. Take care. Look after yourselves. Yeah, look after the children of the future, eh?
That's right.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. That's how we get there.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I think we're never going to get the right answer at the moment. I can see where you're coming from, Dennison. And if there was a way of resolving the situation, whether that be through some sort of medical treatment, I don't think it's something you can switch on and off, though. That's my problem. I don't think you can turn it off, because if you've ever listened to somebody who downloads downloads child pornography, for instance, to view it, that could be a preference of what their sexual requirements are, what their needs are, but it doesn't justify what's happened to that child that they're viewing at all, because someone's got to supply it, and while unless you can stop the demand, you're always going to get it. And I think maybe we should be targeting the people who supply more than, well, a mixture. Target them as well, should say.
We do. We definitely do. It's all of it's illegal. Anything that even comes close to a child is illegal. It's to where even I think maybe even the United States, cartoon depictions of children in inappropriate situations is illegal too. Everything.
Yeah.
If you ask for it, if you kidnap, if you film it, if you take pictures, if you share the pictures, if you have the pictures, like everything that even comes close to it is illegal. So we're definitely trying to stop it that way. But the demand, when you say attack the demand instead of the supply, uh, maybe the demand comes from inside the mind of the pedophile, right? So that's where I'm focused. Just think about our attitudes towards drug addiction now and 20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. I mean, this is the trouble. We are changing everything in a lot of ways, and in other ways, we're not changing anything. Is it in the mind? Is it curable? Well, if it is curable, then great. We're taking it as a medical issue, but there's no proof that it's a medical issue. Nobody actually knows. It's one of those. What's the right answer? I don't think anybody knows the answer to it at this present moment in time. Do I agree with the idea of them messing about with the mind? We're already screwed as it is. So, I'll have to think about that and get back to you, Dennis.
Fair enough. I wonder.
Aaron, I've not seen you come into the Discord channel yet.
I wonder how different the conversation would be, though, if it were about any other topic. And I can't even answer that, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
It's the worst thing in society.
Yeah.
Like, we can even forgive murderers. We can even forgive people who murder their spouses. But we cannot forgive this thing. And I'm not suggesting we should. I'm just saying that puts it in a special box that makes it hard to talk about.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I just haven't got a clue about where the answer will be. Maybe by the time the next generation comes through, they've got some way of being able to sort it so that it decreases. But I don't think the governments will allow research into it, to be honest, because it's the what's the word I'm thinking?
Taboo.
It's a taboo subject, and they wouldn't see it as high priority for investment. When they can invest in the next generation of missiles, which they see as being more important.
For sure, yeah.
And I think that's what it would boil down to. And I can't see a private company investing in it because where's the payoff? You know, other than they can turn around and say, we've got a cure now for paedophilia, and all they have to do is to take one of these tablets twice a day. Who's going to make sure they do take those tablets twice a day? Because once they stop taking it, you're back on that merry-go-round.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I'm wondering, just as a concept, imagining a future in which most of the conditions we suffer are just a question of medical science.
Yes.
And then, therefore, does that change the way people think about it?
So I just wanted to, oh yeah, he's got it. I just wanted to just look at the chat a minute. Much pedo behavior is because the abuse has happened in childhood. The Bible says that sins of I've missed that. Sins of fathers visited on the next 7 generations. I think that's what that actually means. So I don't know. Sometimes that is the case. Sometimes that is the case where again you've been groomed to think that it's been normalized in your life, where you then go ahead and then become the abuser yourself. That is something that happens a lot, because you don't know any different, because that's how you've been brought up. I mean, but there are still other people that it's just they just do it.
We're animals too at the end of the day, right? So when if you when I was a little boy, I had a crush on a girl, right? And I remember my first kiss, and I remember the first time a girl and I explored each other's bodies. So those things get wired into your brain. Some people say if that happens to be a same-sex situation, that's how someone kind of chooses their sexual preference. Well, if your first experience is abusive, it's likely to wire you in a certain way that's going to turn you into the same thing, right?
Yeah.
And so if we think about these things less as choices and as a matter of nature and conditioning and animal behavior, and in other words, stop thinking so damn highly of ourselves, like we're something, right? Maybe maybe we would have an entirely different attitude towards sex, and then maybe that would help us teach healthy sexual habits to both children and adults. And again, when we get into these conversations that revolve around age, like Grim was saying before, the age is different all over the world. That proves it's subjective. And to be quite frank, and I'll point out the absurdity of what I'm about to say, but honestly, if we're going to base this scientifically, people should not be having sex until their 30s, right? Because you're not really fully developed mentally. So if we can't do that, if that's ridiculous, then where is the line? When does someone become adult enough? Because again, we're trying to prevent harm. So we're saying that if a child engages in sexual behavior, it is harmful to their development. That's the presupposition. So when does it not become harmful? And I'll tell you, man, if I think back on some of my relationships in my early 20s, it was harmful as hell. I'm still suffering the consequences, So it's
I can relate with obviously my sort of being brought up in a born again fundamental Christian environment. You're groomed that you're groomed and groomed and groomed and groomed and groomed and groomed and groomed to believe this is the way, the truth, and the light, and get over it otherwise. And it's similar, unfortunately, that you're, and the tragedy of how this can affect you as years to come, and won't. It's like the gore bumming to the porn. I personally wouldn't cope with the gore bumming because it just would freak me out, if I'm honest. But porno, I mean, it's porno, isn't it? It's just but regarding the age thing, yeah, it's difficult, man, isn't it? But I think if a 16-year-old goes out with an 18-year-old,
we would think if a 16-year-old goes out, let's make it. What's the legal age of consent in your country?
16.
So then let's make it like less of a legal question. Let's say two 50-year-olds. They're the exact same age, but it's illegal.
Mhm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about two 17-year-olds. As far as development goes, sexual development, social development, what's going to make this person happy in their adulthood? That's what we're concerned about.
Mm.
Is there any difference at all between the two 15-year-olds and the two 17-year-olds?
Mm. Yes, there is. As there is two 13-year-olds and two 15-year-olds. It levels out sort of in early 20s, it levels out then. I know that if two 15-year-olds get away with it, they're going to get away with it. And I also know the same for 17-year-olds. It's just what we do. I mean, I arguments, but I lost my virginity when I was 18. I lost my virginity when I was 18. It was my 18th birthday, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so tough. It is so tough because we want to protect our children from the online abuse, and I'm talking about the sexual side. And there's no point even talking about the other side of that, but that side of thing, our children can just click. They are so flipping clever. They can get one of these machines and go click, 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 and it's all there in front of them. Sorry, bikers going past. My bed shook then. Yeah, it is difficult.
Your country believes in prohibition, right? Like you guys ban guns, and
Yes.
statistically it's worked for you.
Yes.
One could argue you have a lot more stabbings now, like a crazy amount of stabbings.
But not anything like it's being told.
Not only that, but a gun is like something that can shoot knives around a room, so it's always going to be right. So in a way it's working right now. God forbid your country ever get invaded, or your own government try to round up its own citizens. You've got no way to defend yourself. But as far as like school shootings go, you don't have any. So would prohibition work for other things as well? If you just prohibit it and take it away, does that work?
Worked in Australia when they changed the gun laws in Australia, didn't it? Difference is there's only about 25 million people in Australia, whereas in America you got 377 million, and they've been brought up from generation upon generation upon generation upon generation to use guns. It's part of your culture. It's part of American life. It's something I might not agree with, but
it's not the gun that kills people or shoots people. It's the person holding it.
That's true.
It's not the knife that stabs people. It's the person using the knife.
That's true, but if you take away all the guns, there's definitely less shootings.
Oh yeah, I agree. But you'd also have to take them away from all of the police as well.
I forgot what Mrs. J was talking about now, but it was something something to do with prohibition.
Yes, in Australia that they removed all gun laws. Sorry, they removed all guns, didn't they, in Australia because of that shooting about 25 years ago now. They only had one mass school shooting, and they immediately removed all the guns. But you have a culture where it is part of your culture, it is ingrained in your culture, and you walk around with a gun on your side because you think someone's going to shoot you.
I don't know. It's your culture. It's a bit like us having the Queen, isn't it? We just get on with it. Sorry about the comparison, but I can't think of one. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Mello just ask a question. So, who will actually take the guns? You know, would that be the government that takes them away?
Only the government is allowed guns. Spells out total tyranny. You should come up, Alex. Has Aaron got the thing now? Has he got
Hello, I'm here, Mrs. J.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I've got the other
Boom.
screen on. Hello.
Oh, I think I remember now. It was talking about children being able to access sexual content online.
Yeah.
Could
Thank
we
you,
just ban?
Aaron.
Could we just ban computers, ban pornography online, ban pornography altogether? You know what I mean?
You can't take you wouldn't be able to take the interest away from people.
That's what they say about guns in my country, bro. See what I'm
Well,
getting?
you'd have to take it away worldwide.
Well, no, I mean, you guys have your government filters your internet. You don't realize it because it's
You can
not.
have an internet with only 4 websites accessible to the whole nation. You know, like
Oh, yeah.
Korea
Yeah.
has,
We don't realize
less
it
than
as much in
100
the West because we're not in China, right? But we have censored internet in the United States and in the UK. for
Mellows,
sure.
I sent it over to you in Telegram.
So did I.
Oh,
Sorry,
you wouldn't send it over Telegram if people showed up at your house and locked you into a metal chair and beat you in the face for it like they do in China. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm just saying, like, if you want to take it to the extreme, you can enforce all sorts of prohibition. And maybe your point is prohibition doesn't work. But then you're going to get more school shootings. You see what I'm saying? You're going to get more pedophilia. You're going to get more pornography. You're going to get more children having sex, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. No, I can see, as I say, I can see both sides to the argument, and I don't think there's any correct answer at the moment. I mean, the thing is, in America, you're supposed to be governed by the
Constitution.
Constitution. That's the word. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't care about that thing anymore.
Well,
that thing went out the window 10 years after it was signed, when I believe it was John Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Act, making it essentially illegal to criticize the government. We're not even a nation of laws anymore in this country, bro. You know, our courts are a joke. I don't know how much of it was televised over there, but they were just burning down apartment buildings in schools and nobody was doing anything about it. Yeah. Dragging people out into the street and beating them to death while the cops were down at the other end of the block watching. And, some kid got attacked by a pedophile. A pedophile and a child rapist. Like someone who didn't just rape children semantically according to the law, but he used violence to rape them. So he forcefully raped children of like ages 6, 7, and 8, and he chased down a teenager, a 17-year-old, in the street and tried to disarm him and kill him. That teenager shot and killed him, and the teenager was charged with murder. You may have heard about the trial. It was pretty public. A mob of
do you have a link for that at all, Dan? I don't know if you got a YouTube or a BitChute or a Rumbly link for that at all?
Well, if I'll just tell you the name, and then you'll probably know what I'm talking about. And easily, it's Kyle Rittenhouse.
Hello.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Hi, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
horrible sense.
Oh, Rittenhouse. There was another
Got it.
case where a mob of black Marxists they broke down an iron gate to a private neighborhood, marched down the street, and surrounded a property owner, him and his wife. They came out onto their front lawn just holding their guns, just to let everybody know, listen, don't fuck with me, I'll shoot you. And they were both charged with a crime. The mob who broke down their fence and surrounded their house, they weren't charged with anything. So, you know, the United States is no longer a nation of laws. The Second Amendment doesn't mean anything. The First Amendment is it's whittled down to essentially nothing. The Fourth Amendment's completely gone. Completely gone. There is no Fourth Amendment. You barely have any rights to your person or your personal effects in this country. A cop can stop you just about anywhere, anytime, for any reason. And we live in a police state. And the only rights we have left are the ones that the rich can apply. The Fifth Amendment is still intact because you can never, won't ever have it so that a businessman can be coerced into incriminating himself. And we still have the Third Amendment, you know, which protects us against British soldiers.
Which is also very good that you have that one. I do believe that is a very important amendment. I must say, in your constitution.
it just doesn't matter anymore, you know. Like it definitely was a good one at the time, and if we got rid of it and we needed it, we would regret it. But it just no one's applying it now, which is why it's kind of just sat there. All the other ones that we try to exercise on a regular basis, well, the government's taking those away one at a time.
Same here with the rights that we have, which are very few and far between. Any rights have been taken away from us. We're being more controlled, but hey. Nice to see that, Aaron, you finally made it. Mellows?
Yeah, Mellows, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here. Guys. I was just muting up. My mic just makes a serious noise.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I was just
go on.
forgot what I was going to say actually. Go on.
Oh.
Good gear. Nice bit of weirdo smoking.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, I can say now.
It was that good. What I wanted to say was that good. I forgot.
Fucking haze, man.
He was going to come up and say something, but then he got high.
Yeah. Just how it should be, Mellow.
Shit.
We've had a serious conversation all the way through, and then the comedian comes up.
Off the guts up on a massive tube.
Look, do us a favour while you're choking, just mute up. That way we won't hear you die. We don't want that.
Oh, bless him. He's had to mute himself again.
I'll tell you, because he was coughing so much, that was all. He was trying to get his words out and couldn't figure out what to say. So, what's your view on this, Aaron?
Where would you start though? Really, I mean.
Oh yeah, which point?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. There's no real answer, really. You know, wouldn't know where to start. I mean, how do you summarize your feelings on it?
Me? Well, I set this conversation up, this discussion, with a point in my mind, which was along the lines of trying to educate people as to what a nonce is and what a paedophile is because of the way it's banded across YouTube, as if it's a throwaway remark these days. And it's just to remind people exactly what it is. It's turned into a different sort of discussion, which anybody who watches, listens in, whatever, we tend to do that. We end up going off track. We have come back to it, but then we've gone back off track again. I think we've talked about different views, and I like the way that Denison puts not so much an argument, but an idea. Maybe it is treatable sometime in the future. My concern is, unless it's a permanent fix, you're then on reliance of the perpetrator taking the medication on a regular basis. And if you're classing it as a mental health issue and you're putting it incorrectly, in my opinion, but alongside other mental health issues, then you are still you're desensitizing what it is. Again, in my opinion. It's just another mental health issue. We've got this bill for that and that bill for this.
But you could then argue that wanting to kill somebody is a mental health issue. Someone is a mass murderer.
I wouldn't argue that, but
I would argue that.
Yeah. Well, I have a feeling you would, Denison. Well, again, you can't fix that. The damage is already done.
Says you.
No. Seriously, the damage has already been caused, and one of the things which I was talking about earlier is it's not the victims are widespread. It's not just the child; it's the child's family. It's the family of the perpetrator, especially when they didn't know anything about it. It's the lack of education that people seem to have as to what type of person this is, that they are the lowest of the low. Now, you may say that that's a moral judgment. And to a certain extent, I would probably agree. But it's also a legal judgment as well, based on current law. Change the law and stick them all up against a wall and shoot them. It'd be damn sight cheaper than keeping them in jail for rehabilitation. It never works. Or alternatively, use them for experiments to see whether or not they can be altered if it is a mental illness while they're inside. But my biggest problem is the fact that the courts don't recognise the seriousness of paedophilia and the fact that there is no consistency as to what the punishment should be, the outcome, how long they should be sent away for, or whether they should be given a suspended sentence and told that, here's a slap on the wrist, pay a couple of £100 in court fines, etc. And, you've got to sign on the register for the next 10 years. I listened to part of this, well, not part of it, the interview, which was dated back in the early 2000s, and it was an old VHS recording, which I found. And the guy on there turns around and says, sending me to prison has done absolutely nothing, because at the time I was going through a serious mental health situation and I didn't realize what I was doing. I don't need to do it anymore. Therefore, I'm not a risk, but I can't get a job anywhere because I have to declare it. So I am the victim, more or less. And that's the way that he put it. And that to me is the biggest load of crap I've ever read in my life. You know, but it's,
Do you ever feel that what you want to do actually is like go into that courtroom, say that is actually happening? There's a court case, for example, and they've been brought in. Do you want to do the pitchforks at dawn thing? Do you want to go in there and just smash the fuck out of them because you're so angry about it, or do you just go, oh, there you go?
I want a system that works.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I don't think that the court system is. If the court system was more of a deterrent and less of a slap on the wrist, then I think that's a step in the right direction. At least.
But you're not listening to the people who commit the crimes. They're telling you it doesn't work.
I'm listening to the victims.
But the victims don't know anything about that.
But
See what I'm
they are
saying?
but the victims are the ones who have to live with it for the rest of their lives.
Right, but what are we trying to stop?
We're trying to stop the victims from being relevant by sorting out the people that are doing these crimes. So if you stop the people that are doing these crimes, then that's where you need to start, isn't it? So dead ends
Right, like we feel for the victims, but should they be making any decisions? Are they in a position to make a decision? Are they being rational?
Probably not. Because obviously they've got emotions associated with that, and as a result, they've got their own mental health concerns and issues.
And this is the ultimate point: is our moralizing get in the way of actually?
No, I can say it's moralizing. It's for me, it's not moral. It's emotional. I do get angry with this subject.
I think they're both the same thing. I think ethics is a logical discussion about right and wrong. Moralization is about Schadenfreude, about punishing people that we feel have harmed us.
But is there any rationale behind? Well, no, that's not the right way of putting it. Is there any? Currently, there is no treatment. If you're going to call it an illness, whether that be the mind or whatever, right? What about the ones that we don't know anything about? How do you cure them if there is such a cure? If you see it as an illness, how do you cure them?
I submit to you that you first have to change your attitude about the crime. And that's what I'm getting at, right? Like we have to stop creating these special categories of things that can't be talked about and can't be dealt with logically. That we have that, like it's perfectly socially acceptable to suggest putting perverts in wood chippers. It's a trend in my country. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but it's like a meme. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to make the argument for whether that's right or wrong, because that'd be a whole nother 5-hour conversation. My point is merely, are you preventing pedophilia by putting him in the wood chippers? Are you not?
No, that is revenge.
Well, there you have it. There you have it.
Whereas
our justice system, Grim, is based, both of our countries, our justice system is based on revenge. The entire thing.
A very interesting thought. I love the wood chipper idea. I'll be fair. I do,
now,
So I do. If it's a 100%, that fucker did it. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I can see the point. I can see the point in that. Especially if it's a father of a daughter or father of a young son or whatever.
Can I just say, it'd be quite good to kind of bring up an example of a case and then discuss that. Because when we're talking about it like this, there is levels, isn't there, of what we're talking about. You know, if there's a 50-year-old male that has been caught with a child under 10 scenario to a 17-year-old boy who's had sex with his 15-year-old girlfriend, there's two sort of different, you know, you're not going to say that the 7-year-old lad needs to be burned at the stake, whereas we all know, you know, we would all agree about the other one. So there's levels of what you're talking about. So it'd be good to kind of have a case and kind of talk about that. Do you know what I'm saying? As in what we think would have been the right punishment or how it should have been dealt with. Because it's quite broad to kind of try and put a statement on the whole subject. You know what I'm saying?
But this discussion is so difficult to have that even that right there can get you in trouble.
Exactly.
If you say that statutory rape is not pedophilia, and it's
exactly. And that's what you're talking about, though, is that people don't discuss it. Therefore, it's just one mob mentality.
I love you, Sweet Leaf.
Can I make a suggestion? Right. I don't know how many people have got Skype, but I would like to take this to the next level so that we can discuss things without getting into any serious issues with the service providers in terms of service. That we broadcast a group of us having a conversation on Skype over the radio, so that people can listen to it and that they can either join in and have with the conversation, or they can just send messages through the chat and put their own opinion in that way, so that they've got a voice, and we can discuss it a lot better than here. We can say things that probably we're not able to say on here.
So okay then. So now we've got different people on the panel. Can I ask another question, Grim?
You can ask as many questions as you would like within the next half hour.
Thank you very much. Right. So
Sweet Feed 66, nice to see you.
Yeah, it's great to see you. So the going back to the scale, as I'll call it a scale, Aaron. On this platform, what scale is acceptable and what isn't acceptable? Because we talked about the images coming up when people walk past or whatever, you know, and they see an image, for example.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, images?
Porno image that comes up and or whatever, and you know, all
and
of
you
this
get
stuff.
porn bombed.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So is that all right? Is that all
For
right?
what? Sorry. What do you mean?
Is it okay?
You lost
Just
me a little bit.
are you all right with porn bombing? You think it's cool? Doesn't matter. You're okay with it? People porn bombing people.
That's kind of a completely different topic, but I'm not really sure
the
how
reason why I'm asking is because Grim said about if there's a child being in the room at the time when they walk past, whereas I was like,
oh, so you changed the subject wildly off of what me and Denizen were talking about, then, haven't you?
Fuck, sorry, I didn't mean to because I only got half an hour.
No, it's fine. I was just trying to factor that into what me and Denizen were talking about.
Oh no, I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Sorry, no, you carry on. I couldn't understand what you were. How
sorry.
You were that.
Oh,
so go on then. You could talk about the T-bomb on here.
Yeah, because I don't know what we're allowed to say on here because I know Grim was saying take it off here rather than.
Yeah,
I think if we're talking about that, then it's not too bad. But as long as we don't continue the conversation that me and Denizen maybe were having on here, maybe correct.
Yeah, it's shit, isn't it? It's absolutely fucking shit that we can't.
And that kind of reiterates Denizen's point, really, isn't it? Is that if you take it off the table to be even spoke about, then it's never going to be sorted, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this is doing, isn't it? It's removing the ability to even discuss an issue now, which is just like closing the book.
And we enforce that socially too. Even when the technocratic overlords aren't censoring us, if you're in a group of people, they won't let you talk about this. If there were any other people on this panel right now, they wouldn't even let me suggest that it could be a mental issue.
I know if you said that in the other side of a lot of other lives they're on, it would be pitchforks at dawn, a mob mentality, everyone nodding heads. There would be no one putting themselves out there, even if they felt they would like to, because they wouldn't have the bottle to say what they thought. They got to just keep up with the Joneses.
I think the difference is here. On here, we try to encourage people to say what they mean within the terms and terms of service. If somebody turned around and said that the colour red is actually the colour blue, it was a strong argument for them to say that, because that's what they believed. I wouldn't have a problem with them raising it. I wouldn't be offended. I've not been offended by anything that Jennison has said. I have to think about what he's saying and suggesting.
Yeah, but
I've not thought of it from that perspective. Hello, Kim. Nice to see you.
You're a very open-minded person, though.
Well, I tried to be.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, this is a very unique. And here's the thing: this isn't gonna end here. I'll definitely hear about some of the things I've said. You know what I mean? Like, the whole internet can see this, so this will come back to me. My point is simply that if it weren't your panel, I wouldn't even be allowed to finish saying it.
Well, yeah,
That's
possibly.
a shame.
Well, again,
and people put words in your mouth as well, won't they?
Free speech.
Oh yeah, they will.
People will very much twist. I see it a lot on the lives with.
They're gonna cut it up and edit it and all sorts of things.
Well, they're welcome to, as far as I'm concerned. At the end of the day, the original broadcast will remain on here. It's not gone the way I was half expecting it to go, and I can only keep saying this to everybody who's joined. Thanks for being adults about it. At the end of the day, this is a very serious subject. It's a taboo subject.
Yeah, you were wondering about doing it, weren't you? You were sort of like, to go ahead and do it.
It could have gone really bad, but I wasn't thinking so much of the regulars that come in. It's more to do with the fact that there's a lot of people who I thought might have come in and tried causing problems in the chat, rather than the way that it's gone, which is great. And I thought that the spanners would have been pretty quick anyway to sort that out. But no, I'm really pleased with the way that it's gone, and maybe I need to think of another subject for another time, but I would like to continue this conversation in a way, in a safer place, so that we can talk about it more openly.
Well, you could do it on your Discord group. Just open a
Discord
voice
is easier,
channel.
yeah.
I might do that because we've got a chat on there.
Yeah, it might be easier.
Might do that maybe tomorrow evening. That's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, it's so useful, Discord chat. It's really good.
I'll tell you what. I'll get hold of stangoo and get him to set it up, or somebody else will set it up. Stangoo knows what he's doing on Discord.
Just jump in, really, didn't you? It's quite.
I've got sound issues and whatnot. Depends on what machine I'm using, whether I can hear anyone.
Miss J, were you talking about the porn bombing on YouTube Lives?
Mm-hmm.
What was your question then? Because that's fine.
Where's your moral stance on that one?
Moral stance on that one?
Yeah.
Well, obviously it's a pointless task, for people that have a vendetta against. Well, there you go. That's my opinion on it. Then is it's a group of people that have a vendetta against another certain group of people. But I don't believe when people say, "I had my 12-year-old daughter behind me when there was a picture of a man's phallus put up for 3.5 seconds," and then start using the children as an attack against it, because the things that they say when their children are there, they don't care about that. They don't care about that. So But no, that's yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's difficult. I get it, Aaron. I do.
What if
Yeah.
porn were allowed on YouTube? Because porn
I'd
is
be
allowed.
watching it now and not talking to you.
Because porn
We
is allowed
wouldn't
on
get
Twitter.
these lives. These lives have become areas where we make arrangements for, I don't know, swapping partners or whatever.
Oh, no,
That's
get
the
the
way it
keys
would
in the middle.
become.
Swinging.
Keys in the
Yeah.
middle.
All of a
Swingers,
sudden,
yeah.
But here's
Yeah,
the
all
thing:
this-
the porn
all
bombing
this-
wouldn't be good.
I was going to say all of a sudden the sub rates would go through the roof, but no, seriously, the porn bot. I'm not offended by it, but I don't see why. If I've taken as a channel owner every precaution that I could possibly take, and I still get hit because of some bright flaming spark who's found a way round something, I would say that would be totally unfair on me as a channel creator.
Well, that's my
to,
point.
It shouldn't. You can only do so much to stop the potential. It's a risk assessment. You're never going to be able to eliminate the total risk, but you can reduce it. And that's how I've looked at this problem of porn bombing. I know there's a lot of people out there who hate what I say, but there's also people out there who go away and think about what I say.
Right.
Or they might think about what somebody else says on the channel. We don't have these sorts of conversations on a regular basis because, well, 9 times out of 10, I've got to admit, after working all week, I want to chill out on a Friday. During the week.
Saturday.
That's
Yeah,
part
no.
of the design too, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Saturday is a day for me to actually get over the week. As a general rule. Oh God, I've been queen bombed again.
Wow.
For some reason, she keeps saying, "Oh God, the voice." I'm hearing voices
Tell me with the
now.
voice earlier. I thought it was a porn bomber. She did her queen impression, and I was like, "That's not MJ."
But I mean,
Did I throw you?
I booked no.
Yeah, a bit.
I booked this well in advance. Warn people because I do know that there's a few people who aren't able to take part because it causes problems for them from a personal point of view. I didn't want to drop it on someone. I didn't think that was fair. I don't do Saturday night lives on a regular basis. I like to chill. I like to relax. I was meant to do a show earlier on today, but I had to cancel because I was just too tired and I couldn't concentrate. I meant to go to sleep, but I didn't. So I ended up staying awake, which is why I'm conscious of the time at the moment. Because I'll probably get about 2 hours sleep, and then I'll probably end up on hippies or some ones,
Yes,
Denison
you
knows
will.
what I'm like, and so does Mrs.
Yes,
J.
you will.
But yeah, I think I might come back to this subject and just open it up to anybody and everybody who wants to say what they want. If I can get the link to you, more than welcome to come up. Anybody,
My
I
point about that was kind of twofold, though, which is one, this problem of porn bombing could be essentially solved by YouTube. They could just stop.
Yeah.
They could just stop punishing us for random pictures of naked human beings.
Yeah.
You can show actual porn on Twitter. You can just upload porn videos, just not against the terms of service. YouTube could make it not against the terms of service if someone comes up and flashes a penis on the screen. The other thing is how angry would you be about it if it couldn't get your channel taken away?
Start again. Wouldn't be the first time.
Now, me
Yeah.
personally, I find the behavior petulant, antisocial, and I'm not amused by it either. They think it's funny. I don't think it's funny. I think it's dumb, and I don't like it. But am I offended by two people having sexual intercourse? I can't be. I can't possibly be, no matter what you do. And then you could get really weird with it too. You could show me anal sex. You could show me gay sex. None of it's going to bother me. I don't care about people having sex. So if it couldn't get my channel taken down, all my anger evaporates.
Yeah, well, the only reason why I would be pissed off is that a lot of work has gone into creating this channel, not just by myself, but by other people as well.
Exactly.
But I would just have to start again. The problem
That's the point. People are not really offended by it. They're just annoyed that someone might lose their hard worked for channel,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah,
and there's going to be a couple of people out there who are offended by seeing sex on the screen, but those people I would suggest we can't account for in a normal society. They're just a little behind. Nothing against them. Everybody's different. Everybody has their own preferences and choices, and I certainly don't judge anybody for it. But I would submit to the rest of humanity that if you're a person who's offended by two people having sex, you're a little bit behind the times from the rest of us.
well,
You possibly don't have a TV.
Yeah, you don't have a TV. You don't have a TV. Is that?
Yeah. That does help.
Well, I don't have a TV, but I still like sex a lot, so.
I'm not with his TV.
Yeah.
If you don't have a TV, you end up having more kids, don't you?
Do you know what? Thinking of that, I saw a comment in earlier on. Yeah, if you want to prevent accidents, you should wear a condom or remove yourself before you ejaculate.
That was local. That's one of his
Yeah,
classic.
I thought it was
sayings.
quite funny. I thought,
Yeah,
what?
that's one of locals.
Just put a hole in something; it'll soon cause a problem.
It's worked so far for me.
No
Sex
comments.
is overrated. Love it.
Well, earlier on, we were accused of having too much of a serious discussion on a Saturday night, and we've ended up having a bit of a laugh, a few jokes, put a smile on my face anyway after having such a heavy topic. And we've got Ram going on about his penis. Oh, sorry.
Well, like earlier, someone said something about losing their virginity, and L Ram's very next comment was, "I tried it and it burned a lot," or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like an out of context comment about oregano oil, I
That's
think.
right.
Yeah,
But it was
that.
right after the person
funny.
saying they lost their virginity, and I was cracking up with my mic muted.
Oh, no. Listen, never, ever mute your mic when you crack up, please.
You guys
Not on
were
this
talking.
channel.
That's the only reason.
No. We'll always stop for a good laugh.
I'd say the only reason sex is overrated, Spooky, is because it's literally everything. That's one of the things we don't like to admit to ourselves as human beings, is that sex drives every single thing on this planet.
Yes. Unfortunately, it doesn't always last long enough. Well, not straight away anyway. As you get older, it gets a little bit.
Don't succeed, Grim. Try again.
I was going to say, as you get older, as Grandad found out, it gets harder if you take the little blue pill.
Yeah, problem is, it's like speed. It don't go down though, does it? Afterwards.
Not tried it, so can't even comment
I
on that
promise
one.
you. I've seen the results.
Oh, okay. I was going to say something else then.
It's partially yarn on.
I stopped myself mid-flow.
Yeah, I know. We normally cheeky or anything.
Like, yeah.
I'm not saying anything.
You were about to. Hey,
No,
oh,
I
it's
know. I
cursed.
stopped myself as usual.
Just before the point of no return.
Yeah, the blue point of no return. I'll stop there.
Yeah.
There's denizens that it'll get clipped. Now everyone's doing that. So
Well, they can clip anything and everything. I don't have a problem. What are you going to? You can't make me look a bigger fool than I really am. That's what I say. Just because I say things but some people it doesn't make sense, but in my head it does, and that's all that matters. But I was in two minds about that one.
Ian's still a professional wanker.
No comment. I wouldn't like to ask how much you charge.
Yeah, I was just about to say I don't get paid for it.
No, you
So
just
funny as
are.
fuck.
Are you talking of
That'd be a
mellows?
wicked job. That'd be an awesome job, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean it's a thing. They got websites for that.
I just think you could go on
Definitely, yeah.
everyone's stream and give a practical demonstration and get paid for it.
It's a door-to-door salesman sort of thing.
Ah, he's the one. We found him. He's the one. That's why we've not seen him around. I wondered why he said, "Oh, I found you." I was thinking,
Can you do me a
what?
favor, Mellows? Can you put on this fake nose and mustache and wear this top hat for me to see if I recognize you?
So that's some kink you got or something.
Like the Marx Brothers. Hello. And then have a big cigar. Or no, maybe not a big cigar.
Hello.
Oh, line it up. Why not?
That's right, ladies. I have a medium-sized cigar.
That's right, ladies.
Hang on a
Yeah.
second.
Hello.
You don't know how to measure anything. You use bloody millimeters and centimeters, not feet and inches. He's muted himself
no.
while he curses. Sorry, I'm allowed to say what I want on here for some reason. And sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not.
Mellows, are you hoovering?
Oh, don't start that.
I'm drilling through the Earth's core. Shh! Don't tell anyone.
What is that noise?
Believe
It's
it or not,
my
it's his brain.
soon-to-be retired laptop.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Just
the
open it
fan.
up and put an airline through it, mate.
It's an
Yeah,
experimental.
That's all you gotta do.
I cleaned it once before. The fan is it's dead,
What?
mate. Replacing. I need to get a new fan on it. It's knackered.
It's easier to get
Noisy bastard.
get a second-hand computer, laptop.
Yeah, I've
We
got plans
were
for a new machine.
considering trying to get donations, but we decided against that.
No, it's not necessary.
What we decided on doing, though, is moving forward.
That reminds me.
Not backing down to the little darlings who try to take us off air one way or another. And like the statement says on there, up yours, that's what we say. We're still here. We're still going. And none
Oh,
of it's
yeah.
fake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, some exciting things coming soon, hopefully. Yeah. We're still busy, still pumping away.
Oh, back on it again tomorrow.
Well, is that professionally that you're pumping away?
Oh, semi-professional. I'm getting on with it these days.
Well, do you know what? I do wish people wouldn't put big words in the chat. I can't read them.
I ain't even reading the chat. I'm
Ambidextrous.
taking the piss.
Yeah, now you said it, it makes sense.
Oh my god, do you see what Nonaki just wrote there as well? Get up again. I saw an act in Amsterdam featuring a large cigar and smoke rings. Very early ages. So where was that large cigar? Or was he just puffing on it?
You know, what's large to some people is just like mediocre to others, you know?
Yeah, America, everything's a lot bigger.
Wow.
Is that right, Denison? No, it is not pick on the Americans. We're not about to start World War III.
I'm a grower, not a shower.
Yeah, you still haven't got that tattoo to its full extent, though, have you? And if there's any apologies need to be made, I'll get Denison to do that later.
I'm not apologising for anything.
I have my mea culpas pre-drafted.
See, big words again. I'll tell you what, it's nice to end on a humorous note, regardless of what's gone on earlier on. It is nice, and I do appreciate everybody who's come in on the chat. No puns intended in any way, shape, or form. We've kept it adult and not too X-rated. And Stangoo left. He's probably listening to us in the background, pissing himself laughing.
Basically, we concluded that the whole world is one big porn because we're all getting fucked.
Yes.
Absolutely.
From every orifice.
And angle.
Normally, I'm not into that.
Right now.
You say it, Mrs. J. I don't know.
We're getting raped as we speak.
If I say it, it's alright.
We're getting violated.
It's the way you say it. That's what it is.
Yeah, something about that.
Denizen, I got a question
hearing
for
it
you.
in the Queen's English. What was
Denizen, when you're talking about it being okay for Mrs. J, is it when you're looking at the picture of the Queen, or is it the
no, it's I must confess I'm listening to her voice and using my imagination.
Oh, Jesus.
It's got a good one.
Use way. So weird. I find people find my voice attractive. It's so weird.
I don't know how weird it is. I think it's an objective fact. Plus, I have a thing for British accents too, so there's that.
I've definitely got one of them.
Denizen, do I do anything for you?
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
No, your voice is a bit too deep and too rough for me.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Aaron.
Here we are turning around and saying, I'm being so sympathetic. We don't mean it.
I mean it.
You would, you're
Had
female.
a little moment then. Had a little moment for Aaron then. Just a little moment. Little moment. Oh. And Mello's on his hairdryer.
747 jumbo.
Constantly drying his hair.
Hang on. You've not seen him, have you?
I know what, but Mello's and I talk nearly every day.
I was going to say what. I'm not saying that it's preceding, but
I'm actually a bit of a werewolf. Got hair growing
hang on
out
a
of the
second.
wall places.
Hang on.
Get
Well,
yourself a pair of tweezers.
he didn't come here to get insulted, but it does help. Is that right, Mellows?
Spooky Breast on Free says Denison's voice does it for me. There you go.
Uh-oh.
Oh my
Mm.
god.
A
Mrs.
friend
J
for
does
life.
have a sexy come to bed voice.
Dude, just saying. See, I told you it wasn't just me.
Mrs. J has recently stopped working for the premium sex lines.
Yeah, I could maybe do that. Get money for
Too
that.
much
couldn't I?
interference. Hello, Paul. I did say hi earlier, but I think you dropped out by the time I was able to say hello. Curse, you're welcome, mate.
Why'd you put all the question marks after that, Spooky?
Yeah.
Let me think. Interesting. He might answer, or she might answer, whoever that is. You know, that's the thing, you don't know necessarily unless you speak to somebody whether they're male or female. So I take everyone as being a unicorn until I've spoken to. That way I can't be accused of using the wrong terminology.
I'll be a unicorn.
She
I don't mind being a unicorn.
You just want the horn.
just thinks she can crap rainbows if she's a unicorn.
Absolutely. I can climb them and dance over them in my red sparkly shoes.
Oh my. Oh.
No.
Dorothy, go away. Let the wizard do things.
Yeah.
Christ, there's enough of them trying to rule us.
Down with the government, down with the way in which they're dealing with this situation, down with the police and the social services and the charities, down with the victim support, down with the domestic violence. You fucking bastards. You're not dealing with the problem. It's not being sorted. And there are hundreds of thousands of kids in this country that need your support. And where is the government in all this? That's what I want to leave that with. Sorry, Grim. I just wanted to just.
Do you feel better now?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I thought you were reading a comment then.
No. I'm
No,
saying it in my head.
She made that up as she went along, when she's got no idea what she just said now.
So basically, fuck the government, I'm going to have a joint.
Yeah.
That's what you said to me.
I always say that.
Is it 4:20 somewhere?
Gotta
be. No, it literally is not.
Oh, in the land that Mrs. J
right here. What are you talking about?
So I'm actually in the 4:20 time zone right now, coincidentally.
There you go.
It's 4:50. It's 4:59. So you guys are late, which figures because you're potheads.
Oh, hang on. Whoa. Denison, don't even say with the British were ever late. We were there in the First World War, we were there in the Second World War, and you came in halfway through the Second World War. Now you want to start the third?
He comes in with a swoop.
Fashionably late.
Absolutely.
Is that what you call it?
Grim.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's like when someone tries to open a jar.
Well,
we let you struggle and do all the hard work, and then we just come in and
take the glory.
No, they come in with the bullshit and the propaganda by saying look how good we are.
Well, I mean,
this is not going to be an American bashing. I do respect
not
it.
at all.
That's the
Or not.
burden of being the global empire, you know? I mean, that's how that rhetoric works.
Yes. I mean, must admit, you did beat the British once. So
That
you got
was
your
pretty.
independence. How did that work out for you?
Didn't finish the job, man. That's what they should have done. They should have come over here and kicked the shit out of them.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, think about it. We wouldn't be in this mess right now.
It's their fault.
That was pretty dope, though. You know, like, because if you think about it, Britain was the most powerful empire on the face of the planet, and a bunch of pissed off farmers, like, kind of, well, the French Navy had to keep your boats away.
So you needed some help.
Yeah, but as far as it goes to show, I think that's the real reason why America can never give up its guns. Not because of school shootings or this and that, but because it's the real deterrent behind some place like North Korea or Japan or China not invading our country, because they can't just go up against the Navy. There's over 150 million Americans with over 300 million guns.
And some of them are legal.
Most of them.
Isn't
them.
that incredible? What a
You
crazy statistic.
Yeah. We're a standing army without our army. And that's the part that even me, I wish guns didn't exist, but even I understand that simple concept. Plus, if you read history, the first thing they do before they take away all your rights is take away your ability to defend yourself. You know, gun confiscation is like step 1 to genocide.
Isn't that just an excuse to justify keeping the guns, though?
But it's a pretty good excuse as you put it in it.
Well, let's change the word excuse for argument.
Right. Like, here's a country you wouldn't think of, and I always get these names confused. I always get Switzerland and Sweden confused. One of them, they issue guns to every single male child over a certain age. I think it might be Sweden. But nobody thinks of Sweden as like the school shooting capital. But they take their defense very seriously. And if you're to invade their country, I think that they, as a smaller country, would be a much more powerful defensive force. Kind of like what you're seeing with the 2 places you can't talk about. Those white people over in Asia that are at war right now. Like, you can't talk about them. But I think that's a good example of how, like, a large military force can't take over a much smaller force as easily as it appears to be, because there's all sorts of logistics and politics involved, and insurrections are very, very difficult to get out. Here, I can talk about this. I can say, look at Afghanistan. Afghanistan is proof that even the United States military, with all its might and power, can't root out a bunch of guys in caves with AK-47s. And so that kind of applies to the Second Amendment as well. I think if someone tried to invade the United States today, I can't talk about in 10 or 20 years from now, but today they'd have a real problem on their hands.
But I don't think that North Korea or the other names you mentioned, I don't think they think we're not going to invade the US because the citizens have handguns. They don't want to go up against the army and the technology that the United States Army have. I don't think that they get deterred because John and Sandra have a pistol under their pillow. I think it's because of the actual defense systems they have in place of getting there, isn't it? It's nothing to do with the citizens that have got
I think that'd be
weapons.
easy for it to be your first thought, but I think that in practical reality, it's contrary to common belief. And isn't there a famous quote from a Japanese general who said, "Don't invade the United States during World War II because there's a gun behind every blade of grass"? And didn't the British Empire learn, what happens when every farmer has a musket? I mean, doesn't history kind of go against that natural inclination to think that nuclear submarines are the end-all be-all of all warfare?
But yeah, I think when you're talking about wars 80, 100, 200 years ago, I think obviously the ability for armies to protect their nations, is a lot better before they get to the towns. When it comes to like UK as an island.
For sure, but if you think that, like, let's say China and Russia teamed up together, they might be able to overwhelm our navy. And they might be able to overwhelm our voluntary army as well. I think we have like 100,000 or 1,000,000 active servicemen, something like that.
You have the biggest army in the world, the biggest military in the whole world out of everybody. We don't know about
but
China,
not people.
obviously.
If they were able to do that, then once they'd done that, they would just clear the land. They wouldn't have to step a foot on the land. They'd use the air, wouldn't they? And the big missiles, shall we call them? They wouldn't step foot if they wanted to. If they were that intent, if it went that far, that's obviously game over, isn't it, for everyone? So
well, yeah. If it's the game over war, then it doesn't matter.
Exactly, and I think if it ever come to say them big nations trying to take the US, then it wouldn't even get to John and Sandra with their pistols under the pillow. So
I believe that they would. I think that that's the last deterrent. Because
but I think from the air we won't take them on. We just do the other thing.
Again, I submit to you, Afghanistan. We have the most sophisticated air force on the planet in the history of humankind.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't handle it. We left with our tail between our legs and left hundreds of millions of dollars of equipment behind.
Yeah, but if the US wanted to, they could have went far beyond where they stopped. But they knew the pressure would be on them to justify it, and they couldn't justify it.
But that was the point I made, that war isn't just a matter of a bomb versus a bomb. There's a lot of logistics and politics involved. Right? So if we're talking about nuclear holocaust, sure, everybody's dead, doesn't matter. But that's not the reality. The reality of the situation is that you have to form an embargo, and you have to actually come on land, and you have to go door to door, and you have
As Russia found out, the terrain in Afghanistan is horrendous to try and overthrow.
Absolutely.
It's something else.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of Virginia mountains too, with a whole lot of hillbillies and a whole lot of guns. It's going to be really hard for Chinese aircraft to take care of. I mean, that's the little.
Unless everyone's armed with anti-aircraft launchers, then I still don't buy your point of
I think we have a minimum amount here in the UK.
Yeah, there's pistols, shotguns. People own shotguns, and things like that all over the country.
I know
people talk about it like the UK don't have any guns. There's guns and shotguns everywhere on the streets, farms, everywhere.
Mm.
Yeah,
we don't still do the school shootouts and that. You've seen the figures, we have guns and that, but we don't necessarily use them in the same manner.
We have more guns than you have people.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to make it a point about the scale of it. Like, every other American is armed. Yeah, like I have a gun safe full of guns. If I go to my neighbor's house, he's armed. If I go down the street, she's armed.
It's mad. It is mad. But I suppose that's the thing with the knife crime here as well. It's pretty.
But I'm saying, if you wanted to do something naughty, you don't need a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think obviously guns are very efficient, so it's harder to hurt somebody with a knife. So you can definitely lower shootings by getting rid of guns, but and then also ultimately we're not getting rid of guns. Nobody wants to ban guns. They just want to make it so that we can't have guns and only the coppers and the feds have guns. That's what they want. Nobody's proposing that worldwide we stop manufacturing guns, that we have like a campaign to end all guns everywhere. They just want us to be surrounded by people who have guns to the north of us, surrounded by people who have guns to the south of us. Anybody who's willing to break the law and cross the border can have a gun. Anybody with a badge can have a gun. I'm just not allowed to have a gun. That's what.
Isn't it just about tighter? It's not about trying to de-arm everyone. Isn't it more about better control of who can access a weapon? Is the access too weak? The system, is it too weak? Is it too easy for people to get a gun?
But that's
Isn't that more the point of better control? Not about disarming everybody.
Well, that's the whole point of freedom to bear arms, though, because if I'm a 20
that's what I wanted you to say them words, because I set you up a little bit there, but that's the difference. We're talking about complete different nations when it comes to the law and history of law of what you're governed by and what we are. So that's
well, no, we have the same history of law. It's just y'all decided
your
to change.
constitution's very different though than our rules, isn't it?
Y'all just decided to change it in the 80s. And here's the thing, like, if I'm a 20-year-old female and my boyfriend is abusive, beats the shit out of me every day, near death, and I call the cops on him, he runs out, and then he goes and breaks into a liquor store, steals a bunch of money, gets in a car, tries to leave the state. They catch him. They put him in jail. On the day of his release, should I be able to just walk into a Walmart and buy a gun to protect myself? Or should I have to wait? Should I have to go through some kind of background check? Should I have to get special permission from the government? Should I have to take a training class? You know, like that's it. There's two sides to every restriction. Like you want to say, sure, let's control the access. But here's the thing. Some crazy nut who wants to go into a school and kill a bunch of kids, he's not going to submit to the access restrictions. He's just going to do whatever the hell he wants. It's that young woman who follows the law but wants an equalizer to protect herself from her murderous boyfriend. That's going to have to be put on a waiting list. Like laws only stop law-abiding citizens. They don't stop criminals. So you're really going to have to ban the manufacture and sale of guns. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to.
Here's a good question then. A simple one I put to you is, why do we see it happening over there where you are and not here?
I would say to you that you don't. That you do see it over there. You just don't use guns. You use machetes.
But we don't see for example, we're talking about, you mentioned the school massacres that seem to, I mean, we don't see that here.
We had Blaine about 20 years ago.
Not as 93, wasn't it?
Oh gosh, 30 years ago.
30. That's the one that, see, what you said there is one that sticks in your head, and that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And isn't there a school shooting? It's one every 1.6 weeks in the US.
Oh my goodness me, is it?
I'll bring it up again. So why do you think that? Then I'm interested then, and why don't we see it here?
School shootings or killings?
Well, yeah. What is it? Is it trying to word it correctly? Is it a culture that is taking over people's minds who have the wrong mindset, and that seems to be the thing to do to get their name up in lights before they go? You know, something is it as simple as that?
I don't know if it's about their name so much as an expression of violence. Like it seems to me that these people who commit these crimes are trying to make a statement about how corrupt and dysfunctional society is, or at least from their perspective. And then also it's people who again, like I suggested earlier, these problems exist in the brain. These are people who have mental illness. Murderous. The problem is that the same murderous impulses and the same impulses of rage that a normal person, so to speak, normal person has against a pedophile are the same murderous impulses that a person has when they walk into a school and shoot a bunch of people. It's the same thing. The only difference is one person is conditioned by society to control their impulses. They also don't have whatever it is. This, like like everybody kind of has this natural aversion to harming children and women, right? It's just a part of who we are as a species because we know that women and children are our future, that we cannot survive without them. So we attach all these different emotions and traditions and family and things of this nature to it. But really the root cause is a selfish impulse to keep our genes going. And we know that women are physically not as capable as men. And we also know that, they bring us the future. Women are literally responsible for the future in every way. And children they embody that actual future. And so that's why we have all these emotions attached to protecting them. Some people don't have those. And I submit to you that those things come from the brain. And so when there's an absence of it, the absence of it is in the brain as well. So a lot of this is a mental health issue disguised as a gun issue. Part of it also is the fact that we're surrounded, like to our south. You guys don't have like the largest drug cartels on the face of the planet to your south. We do. So like just the fact that our CIA exists feeds into this whole feedback loop in some way, because like the drug war itself is part of the problem. And also we have a large influx of third world country into America. There's way less cultural homogeny. So while I may admit that diversity is our strength because we would cease to exist without it, it doesn't make strong social bonds. You guys, for the most part, are an island, and you share a culture that goes back hundreds and thousands of years. We don't have that in the United States. In the United States, most people just got here the other day. And we have all sorts of cultures, including from countries that are not as advanced from us. Like the murder rate in El Salvador is like 10 times higher than it is here. Well, we got a lot of El Salvadorians right over our border. You know what I mean? The gang violence is probably responsible for a majority of homicide in our country. But
The more, how many girls do mass shootings, please?
I'd have to look it up, but obviously
That's
it's a lot
good
less.
question. I see there's 27 shootings this year in the US to date, up to the 23rd week. So there's more than one a week.
Way
And I'm
more
looking
than
at the names
27.
here. Sorry?
There's way more than 27. You'd have to check what definition of shooting that is.
Yeah.
Because there's
I'm just
more than
looking-
27 in a single weekend in Chicago.
School shootings of a gun being fired in a school.
Okay.
27 people killed up to the 23rd week of this year in 27 cases. It's the same number in multiple stats,
Yeah.
But there's no female names that stand out in these cases I'm reading.
No, it's mostly a male thing. And here's the thing, males are the genetic anomaly. Women are kind of the base human, right? Men are the splash of weird that keeps the species going. That injection of diversity. This is measurable across a lot of different behaviors. Intelligence, for example. Men are not smarter than women. Women are not smarter than men. But most of the stupid people are men, and most of the geniuses are men. Those mutations occur more in males. Same thing with aggressive behavior. On average, a woman is not more aggressive or less aggressive than a man, but the most aggressive people are usually men. Um, Testosterone is kind of the X factor in humanity, and I don't think it's any coincidence that violent crime is, ultimately part of the male domain as well. I'm sure there's plenty of violent females and females who commit shootings and commit murder, but we're we're being dishonest if we say that it's not primarily a problem among men. Uh, Young men of a certain age too, which I also think is not a coincidence that around the time when you're a teenager and these hormones are pumped into your body and your brain is physically, literally changing its shape and the way that it operates. I don't think any of these things are coincidences, and it kind of ties back into my original point, which is what I try to talk about whenever I have any of these kinds of conversations, is what happens the day we're able to measure these things. Is that going to change our entire perspective and how we feel about everything? And maybe also kind of what I'm trying to sneak in there and get people to think about is, if we found out yesterday that a pill could cure it, would it change the way we think? And therefore, should we change the way we think in order to perhaps push finding that pill? Is it not just like everything else in the world, a feedback loop of nature versus nurture, where you kind of have to do both?
So if you were 100% sure that that person was a pedo, would you be happy to shoot that person?
No, I don't think it would accomplish anything.
Yeah.
That's what takes me back to what I was talking about earlier, doesn't it?
Hmm.
I would say right now we're very limited. We can't
I've
fix
got to be
it.
careful what I say, and I forget.
Yeah, that's what I say. You know what I'm saying, but we
Yeah,
can't
you're
go
right.
into
I
it
need to
because it's
shut
not
up.
fair on Grim if there's a problem.
Yeah.
We can't fix it now. So now I would propose doing the thing that I usually argue against, because I don't have much of a choice. I would take that person and separate them from society, lock them up essentially. But I wouldn't try to make their conditions harsh or to punish them, because I get nothing out of it. It gives me no gratification. I don't experience Schadenfreude like most people do. It's just not who I am. So instead, I think, what can I do to prevent this person from being a drain on the state, because I have to pay to keep them alive and feed them? And what can I do to protect society as a whole? So I have to keep those things in practical consideration, but my objective consideration is actually for the other person that I don't even have in custody. How can I stop another child from being harmed? How can I stop another family from being murdered? That's the long term. That's what I really want to accomplish. And I don't care about making the murderer feel bad or watching him die or kicking him in the street. None of those things appeal to me. I have no interest in it. The only thing that gets me feeling inside, that gets my gut hurting or makes me cry, is thinking about what happens to the victims. And so that's the only thing I care about stopping. How do I stop that? I can't stop it by waiting for everybody to murder and putting him in a cage. Now, I might be able to stop him from murdering somebody else, and that's definitely preferable. Hence why I agree we should keep them in the cage. But I want to do something more. I want to figure out what made this person the way they are, what drove them to do what they're going to do, and what kind of things can we do. Maybe we change the way we raise our children. And we teach them how not to be murderers, how not to be pedophiles, how not to be schizophrenic. And maybe there's some chemistry involved. Maybe there's some physical things in the brain involved, and maybe it's all of the above, and we constantly have to be vigilant against having psychopaths in our society.
Yeah, yeah, and then I just think, well, is it because it's happening so much now? You know, is it to do with not just upbringing, but it is to do with that. I'm talking myself into answering
Early
my own
grave.
question here. Billy
I
Gab.
don't think that it's anything to do with upbringing, paedophilia. I think it's just to do with the way that some people are. And I can see what Denison's talking about when he's talking about the long-term goal, and I would agree with him. That would be the long-term goal. But within that, I think there's certain caveats that you've got to put into place to ensure that the ideal solution would be a one-hit cure of some description. And I'm not necessarily talking about taking shavings off the top of the neck on a permanent basis and dropping their head on the floor.
What do you think? Oh, go on. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I don't agree that like a pill a day will cure. It might be the answer in the shorter term, but the long term, I just couldn't trust the natural instinct for people not to take the tablet.
Well, my point there would be that if it can be controlled with a pill, that it comes from the brain, and so ultimately it can be changed in the brain permanently. You wouldn't have to give somebody a pill.
Yeah, but we've got to get to there first.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. In the short term, I would say that with a two-step solution or a two-step goal, ultimately you want to be able to change the way that the brain figures works. In order to do that, you need to have a full understanding of the brain, and not just how it works, but what the different connections, etc.
Right.
You never know. I mean, there's a term used, a screw loose. It could literally be something like that, but which
That's
screw?
what I mean. Yeah.
And we're years away from understanding exactly how the brain works. I mean, we're still discussing whether the left side controls the right side and vice versa, because they're not 100% certain, because there's different parts of the brain that controls other areas, like the motor function, the ability to breathe instantly. It's the brain that sends that signal out. But what part of the brain? There's so much that we, as a species, we need to understand. But then, do we put our trust in the scientists? We did that before, and look what happened to us. We all got locked up.
Well, I wouldn't put our trust in it. I would just say it needs to be explored the same way everything else is explored. And we have no problem. People can talk about killing pedophiles all day long, and no one pushes back on it. If you push back on it, you'll be ostracized, in fact.
Yes.
But if you suggest that it might be something that the person that the what's the opposite of victim?
The
Hero.
The
perpetrator.
Perpetrator.
If you suggest that it's something that the perpetrator might too be suffering from, and that they can be given help, well, now you've just committed the ultimate sin, right? And so I'm curious if our attitude like that slows down the process of that long-term goal that we're talking about.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, right. The sent for those who are sent on long-term sentences, which are few and far between, right? The object is that they've been deemed as a menace to society, therefore they cannot be trusted. the only solution at the moment is to lock them up for X number of years, 20 plus, during which time it is down to them to seek the help and support that the prison service or whatever is putting the training in place, so that they can unlearn what they've learned. It's become second nature. That was the way a lot of people would put it. And I think the older you are, the harder it is to learn. So I don't quite get that, because if you send in somebody who is 50 to prison, by the time they come out after, say, 20 years at 70, they're supposed to have been able to go back into normal life, because they've either served a time for the crime or they've been rehabilitated. I would say that why not just give them a total life sentence, and during which time you've got them in one place, you can therefore experiment and find out how they tick. And if you cure them before the end of their before the end of the life sentence, and it can be shown that they are actually cured, and that works, if you're saying it's a cure, that they need a cure, then if that's proven, then that's a step in the right direction. But then you've got to get all the other little so-and-sos who have never been caught. And because there's no cure at the moment, as they put it, right, it's just going to get worse. And the reason why it's going to get worse is that people just look at the sentences that other sick darlings have, or they get, and it's a suspended sentence, or you're on the register for 10 years or 15 years or whatever, or they say it's for life, but it's not in this country. Because after 15 years of being on the register, so long as you've been good and you've done everything you're meant to have done, you can apply for it to be taken away, because technically you serve your time. I don't think there's no answer, but I'd love to continue this at another time, or start another live up if we continue the way we have done.
Just jump in the Discord.
Fantastic. But we can do it in Discord sometime. I'll put something together and throw it out in Discord. But at this present moment in time, folks, I'm going to have to end the broadcast.
Thank you so much for having us, Graham.
I'd love to carry on, but you are making sense, but I'm not taking it in. That's what it is. So, yes, I don't know about anybody else, but for such an emotive subject, I think we've actually come to the same conclusion that I thought we would. There isn't an answer at this present moment in time, but at least we've been able to talk about it like adults, and we've had a bit of a laugh towards the end, but we've talked about so many different subjects. And if I've offended anybody, whether this side of the Atlantic or Pacific or wherever it is, on the other side where that big piece of land is, on the other side of the pond, I do not apologize. I mean, I apologize most sincerely. I didn't mean to upset anybody. It wasn't my reasoning at all. And I hope you'll forgive me, Denison, for my wit.
Forgive you. I love you.
There was no malice intended, believe me. Well, not that I'll admit anyway. Did I just say that out loud?
Don't tell me that.
No, I don't have any malice towards anybody, mate. I treat everybody with the same contempt that they treat me with, but I do it first. All right, folks, it's the end of this show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just two things to mention before I do end it. Mrs. J's radio show from 12:30 tomorrow UK time, and from 3 o'clock Skype will be open for the radio show for a couple of hours if you want to join in. But in the meantime, have fun, folks, and I'll see you again soon.
Night,
Alright.
guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Good night. Bye.
Yeah.